X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me live now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We are live again. As I promised yesterday, we're doing another big old stream. Zan, the offer is still up to scratch your facial hair if you need it. My facial hair is not really itchy today. I guess it's just kind of growing into a pattern now. Like, there's a grain to it now, going outwards finally, instead of it just kind of like poking into me. What's up besides drama? Well, the funny thing is, the drama stuff is honestly way more one-sided than Keffel's, like, is framing it. She's uploaded multiple videos and done, I think this is her 4th stream now on this. And she's basically, like, escalating with each stream because she's upset, I guess, that I won't respond. But there will be a time for a response. You know how I am with my responses, guys. I make one, and I make it count. That's what my theme song's about. I have a feeling my theme song's going to have a new line in it after all this. But, today is not the day for responding to Keffels. You see, while she's drama farming, we're gonna be real politics farming. As in, dunking on conservatives and going over actual policy stuff. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. I know there are drama farmers in chat. They're gonna be here. We're gonna see the drama frogs, but we're gonna ignore them. Don't worry. I've got a good layout of segments for us to cover today. They're going to be pretty fun. And the first one is on a topic that I think many of us in chat can all agree we love, and that's titties. You all like titties, right? It's good to see you, Alice in Wonderland, Cookie Cat, Warhunt23, The Crow, Poker, Cryptid T, Lucy Otter, the Urchonian, Dark Excalibur 42, Summer Star, Seer Buttmobile, Hawkon, good to see you, buddy, Lucid Burgundy, Noodles23, TSW the Shadow Wolf, Transgal, Delancer, good to see all of you, Zoomy Dog, what's up, The Crow, I think I already said your name, The Crow. You tricked me. Project Jared, Bardman, Stokes Theorem, Senko Toast. So good to see all you guys. Laughing Panther, hello. Cleaver 120, good to see you as always. You're a regular here. Oh yeah, we're covering the Twitch thing. You guys know we're talking about titties. That's right. That's right, we're talking about titties. We're talking about titties, boys. Really quickly, though, besides drama stuff, I've got some cool news for you guys. I'm finally well enough from COVID that I can start going out and doing stuff for fun again without risking anybody that I go near getting this fuck-ass disease that I refuse to give anybody else. Like, my mom came to visit, and I got food delivered, and, like, they came to the door, knocked, and were, like, putting the food down to leave it on the step. My mom was like, go get it. And I was like, no. If I go and answer the door while the driver's there, I could get the driver sick. And if I infected a delivery driver with COVID, I could get countless people sick. And she was like, okay, good point. Okay, good idea. You probably don't want to be a literal, like, outbreak patient zero of DoorDash. But I'm finally feeling well enough that I'm able to go out and do some stuff. And God, has it been fun. I put out some suet bird feeders on my back, like, porch and yard area. Suet bird feed is basically a block of fat, like congealed fat, filled with seed and, like, mealworms and just things birds like. It's like a very well-balanced brick of bird food. And so you put it into a cage, and you hang that cage, and the birds, like, latch onto the cage, and they stick their little heads in and bite at it. Obviously, I can't do quail until spring. Xander Hall, hey, I saw you use David Raymer as an example as if he were trans in a post. I did not. No, I did not. I can tell you watched the Keffels video. So I will occasionally respond to some points she's made if they're just really, really easy debunks. You can actually... I'll just link the tweet thread in question. No, I use the David Raymer experiment as a clear show of the fact that we know gender dysphoria is real. And that it's not just a trans people delusion, because it's existed in cis people who we knew for a fact were born a certain sex, when they were babies were, like, put through SRS, if you could call it that, not really, and then told they were a different gender, like, their entire lives. And then that kid had gender dysphoria the same way a trans person would. Meaning, gender dysphoria is an indicator of something inherent inside of you that knows who you truly are. So I don't know why this, like, I know why. It's because it's been clipped out of context, but yeah. Now you know. That like, science experiment is, well, a science experiment. Human rights violation is actually possibly one of the best examples of proof gender dysphoria is real ever. Yeah, David Raymer was not trans. No, David Raymer was a cis kid, forcibly transitioned literally as a baby due to a botched circumcision, grew up thinking he was a girl, but then had gender dysphoria, like a trans person has, but he was cis. He was forced into, like, living as another person, and transphobes will use that as, like, analogous to being trans, because they just see, like, very basic, like, surface level things, and they want to, like, invoke gross out responses from people. But the fact is that that proves that gender dysphoria is real. And it's not a delusion. It's not like a made-up thing. It's not wrong. That's the thing. Gender dysphoria is correct. The gender dysphoria that you feel that tells you you are something else is correct. That's what that study proves. Not that it's a delusion or a discordance or something that needs to be, like, therapied out. It's something that needs to be followed. And you need to actually transition. So yeah, I just thought I'd give a response to that because it's such an easy debunk, but, you know, there's a lot of misinfo about me going around right now, so I'm not gonna waste all my time debunking things. But as I said, dead on, appreciate the feedback. I know you're in good faith, and that's why I answered it, Orofear. I knew for a fact, just based on how you worded your comment, even though it seemed critical, I knew for a fact you're in good faith, and that you were just asking for clarification. Yeah, so basically, the bird feeders, I hate to say it, guys, but there's this thing called instincts that animals have, and if you fuck with their instincts, it can get them killed. And hummingbirds, in my part of the country, have to migrate this time of year. If you keep your feeders out and keep feeding the hummingbirds, they will stick around through fall and through early winter, and they will stay when the frost happens, and they will die because you haven't taken away their natural food source like they're supposed to be, because they're supposed to start losing their food sources and then start migrating. So, no, hummingbirds do not eat suet. I've put out suet feeders for the seed-eating birds that are native and don't migrate. Wow, this is just completely wrong. That's completely incorrect about hummingbirds? Is it? Ben Sanders, is that incorrect? Like, I literally have read multiple things in, like, local birding groups about hummingbirds in my local area up north here needing to migrate down south during the winter. And if you leave your feeders out, then they won't migrate because their food source doesn't go away. And then when the frost hits, they die from the freeze. Because, like, they can torpor through some cold, but, like, they can't torpor through a blizzard. No, Zan, you're correct. I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this. Anyway, yeah. So basically, I put out some suet bird feeders because the seed-eating birds, like, that are native here don't need to worry about the migration thing. But the hummingbird feeders, unfortunately, I can't put out until it starts to warm up a bit because I don't want to jeopardize my local hummingbird population by keeping them here until the snows, because the snows will kill them. They won't be able to migrate fast enough. Okay, all right, I'll read one more Drama Frog comment, but then we gotta move on, okay? Zan, I was watching Keffel's stream earlier to see if she talked about you and maybe get her side of the story, but I ended up unsubscribing. I think you might have been uncharitable a couple times, but Keffel's was extremely uncharitable in that stream. What a fucking shame. I honestly recommend, if you want to get both of our sides of the story in as little time as possible, watch her stream VOD of when I went on her stream to talk about why I didn't want to be friends anymore. You can watch that for now, and that's just literally me and her talking directly. Yeah, the drama is dumb. The problem came from Shuanhead, right? Have a talk privately with Keffels and clear this is unproductive. Well, I mean, I tried to have a talk with Keffels in private. There were also mediators, like, that are mutual friends of ours trying to make it private, but then Keffels did the big live stream thing and kind of like ruined the ability to like bring it into private. She says you blocked her. I have not blocked her. No, I haven't blocked Keffels. Here, wait, I can prove it. Look, Keffels is not blocked. See, her Twitter just loaded in. She is not blocked by me. Anyway, listen, you're gonna hear a lot of lies about me. You're gonna hear a lot of lies about me, but yeah, she was on an alt to evade. I mean, she can see my Twitter. I haven't blocked her. She isn't lying though, dude, but she just did. I haven't blocked her. You can't come into my stream and say you blocked her. She says you blocked her, and then I bring it up and she's not blocked. Like, what do you want? I haven't blocked her. She hasn't even, like, tweeted at me. Why would I block her? Anyway, don't worry about it. There will be a time for a response, and you know how my responses are. It will be like all of the rest. That's all I'm going to say. There is a lot that not even you guys know. Canova Kingomon, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Said, figured I'd offer some support in crazy times, enjoying the content and the swirling lights in the background. Still looking cool. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, these swirl lights are cool. If you guys want to link to them, I could probably link... I think they're pinned in the description of my streams. I'm almost certain they are. Like, yeah. Okay, we'll respond to one more Drama Frog comment because it's really easy to debunk. Zan, how can you be close with people on kiwi farms? Those people literally attacked me. So, Ant, I'm going to give you a little bit of a lore tidbit. You can go back to the live stream and watch the rest of the clip that she clipped out of context. The clip in question is one in which I'm talking to my friend Ethan, who mentions a mutual friend of ours named Maddie, who is a lefty that would scroll through kiwi farms to get info on a guy who is my stalker, a neo-Nazi who is my stalker, who has also stalked Vosh and Keffels. Not to mention, like, Annie, who is, like, the head of the Drop Kiwi Farms movement with Keffels, has specifically said, browsing kiwi farms does not make you a kiwi farmer. So we're really reaching here. We're really, really reaching. Like, having a friend that browses through kiwi farms to look up stuff about your stalker on their thread is not exactly being friends with a kiwi farmer, I don't think. Personally, I don't think that's what it is. She snapped at me for calling this out on her stream, and it really made me realize she's not coming from this in good faith. Don't worry, guys. I'm very aware she's not coming from it in good faith. Don't worry. All the drama frogs in chat, those that are on my side and those that are against me, just calm down. We got real politics to talk about. Oh my lord. Holy shit. That was great. Felt like I was a dragon. Damn, son. Yeah. You ever get jump scare burped? Like it just comes out of nowhere? I felt that burp. Yeah, it shook the earth a little. Dude, oh my god. You know what I finally watched in the last couple days? And I finally finished it? Season 4 of Stranger Things. I'll say, Season 2 was, like, not as good as Season 1, because Season 1 of Stranger Things was top tier. Season 3 was, like, pretty okay. I think it was an improvement from Season 2. But, it, like, neither 2 or 3 were able to capture the magic of Season 1. Season 4, though, probably the most invested I've been in that show since I watched the first season. I think Season 1 might still clear because it's Season 1 of Stranger Things, and, like, that literally could have just been the show. But Season 4 went pretty fucking hard. It went pretty fucking hard. I feel like they tuned up the violence, too. I remember, like, Stranger Things was always pretty violent and gory and stuff, but I feel like they really tuned it up in Season 4. Particularly with, like, lots of children dying. They did? Yeah, they really tuned it up, it feels like, in Season 4 with the violence. Which, hey, no complaints from me. I thought it was raw as fuck. But I really liked Season 4, and I finished it, this morning, like, literally an hour ago. I finished Season 4. Super hyped for Season 5, I have to admit. I did not expect to be this back on the Stranger Things train, but you better believe I am. God. I didn't like the split release in Season 4, but best season? When was the split? Did they release, like, 4 episodes and then the next 4 episodes after or something? Because I obviously just binged them all back to back to back in the last couple days, so I wasn't affected by that. Season 4 crashed Netflix when it came out? Dog, that's awesome. That's like the TV show equivalent of your game release being so big all the servers crash. Like you underestimate how well the game's gonna perform. God, the fact that Invincible Season 2 is split is so painful. It's painful, but it's definitely a good thing. Oh yeah, I always love that the Stranger Things monsters are named after villains and creatures from Dungeons & Dragons. It's really cool. I wanted to respond to the message above. Yeah, so it's definitely good that it's been split in half, though. I know it sucks for the viewing experience, but for the animators and the people working on the show, it's probably best. People have this tendency to forget, like, how much work goes into the media they consume. And there's this, like, tendency to grow a little bit of, I've noticed this particularly with gamers when it comes to delays. I've noticed this tendency to get, like, really entitled about certain pieces of media. Like, gamers will get pissed about games getting delayed, but then also get pissed at studios for doing crunch time. It's like, delays are the solution to crunch time. You know, like, I hate this, like, demonizing of delays in particular, I've noticed, because delays aren't great, but delays indicate that the group behind a project is willing to take it back behind the scenes and work on it further to refine it to, like they care. Like, if they don't care, they're almost certainly not going to delay it, right? That's my thought process when it comes to a lot of games. Obviously, there can be other clues that suggest, you know, fuckery, like with The Day Before, which got delayed, but that wasn't a sign the game was good. It was actually a bad sign for that game. But you know what I mean. Yeah, and this tendency to blame devs I've noticed lately. I can't be the only one who's seen this, and obviously it's a more right-wing thing, but it's just kind of been pervasive in the gaming community overall. This tendency to blame devs over everything, the celebrating of the studio that developed Gollum getting shut down. You guys saw that, right? Like, Gollum was a horrible game, don't get me wrong, but that entire game's existence and quality is not the fault of bad devs, it's the fault of cash grab, like, studios, or not studios, publishers forcing crunch time and concepts to be pushed through because they want to try and, like, capitalize off of the popularity of The Lord of the Rings with, like, the most awful idea for a Lord of the Rings game anyone has ever invented. Besides, like, I unironically think Tree Herder Simulator would be a more fun Lord of the Rings game than the concept of being Gollum would be. I'm sorry. Gollum's cool, I guess, like, to read about and to see on screen, but playing as Gollum just isn't compelling. It's not. Like, we know Gollum through and through as a character. There's not really much to explore there. I don't know. It's just... I'm getting way too sidetracked. Regardless, people just celebrated when that studio got shut down. And, like, dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of devs lost their jobs. And they were, like, celebrating it. Like, ah, yes, this is justice. It's like, those devs had nothing to do with the quality of that game. I don't know. The gaming community has gotten toxic. Sir, I don't think there's much demand to play as an anorexic crackhead. Dubascubus video. Yeah, I mean, basically. Isn't, like, The Ring... No, I'm pretty sure it's not. I don't think The Ring is actually an allegory for drugs. I'm pretty sure, like, Tolkien literally specifically said The Ring is not an allegory for drugs. It's just generally an allegory, like, not allegory, but a representation of temptation and addiction to an object, if that makes sense. So it's similar to drugs, but, like, just in the addictive, like, I need aspect of it, The Ring is. Yeah. Tolkien said that he really didn't like religious allegory and using it in his writing, and conservatives love to say, see, Tolkien and every other amazing writer ever hates allegory, and the woke love allegory. This means Tolkien was anti-woke. It's like, that's him responding to people asking if The Lord of the Rings is, like, supposed to be seen as a Christian story, and it's like an allegory for his religion. And he says, and that was what he was responding to. It was him responding to the question, is Lord of the Rings Christian, with no? It's influenced by his Christianity, that he cannot deny, and no one can. but it is not an allegory for his Christian values. Didn't Tolkien say he didn't like allegories in general? The way he worded it certainly sounds that way, but when you hear the full quote in context, or the full question and the quote in context, it becomes much more clear that what Tolkien was specifically referring to was whether or not he uses religious allegory in his media. Because at the time, when he was alive and he was answering questions, a relatively common topic like that people would ask him about was how much was the Lord of the Rings influenced by his I think he's Catholic? I think he was Catholic. No, I don't know if he was... Maybe, I think he might have been Catholic, by his Catholic beliefs. And his response was always, not really. Like, it's not an allegory for his Catholic beliefs, but it's, like, influenced. Did you see Shark's video of the Chud's gift is like a bus that the wheels have fallen off? I don't know what that means to Lancer. Maybe I just read that wrong, but I don't know what you meant by that. Yeah. Anyway, let me read some donos, and then it's time to start talking about titties. Because we've been here for 30 minutes. We haven't started talking about titties yet, which is just... What kind of a streamer am I? Canova Kingomon, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Let me know if that was more than 1 month, by the way, because I don't want to undercredit you. Thank you. Says, figured I'd offer some support in these crazy times, enjoying the content and the swirling lights in the background. Still looking cool. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And as I said before, I can always link these lights in chat for you guys if you want to link to them. They're literally like 34 bucks to get shipped to you. They're actually not expensive. I have 2 of them right now, but if you have a smaller room, one of these at night will just transform your room. They're called Aurora projectors, and they're on Amazon. This is just what 2 of them does. If I set up more, I could probably, like, really turn this room into some magical glowing chamber of magic energy. You need an Amazon referral link for them? I guess I could get one of those somehow. I don't know how you do that, but I'm sure there's a way. Orson Zed, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for the $5. Has been watching since 2019 when you were Pig Puncher. Damn! Holy shit. You might have been watching me since before I did politics. You introduced me to Vosh. Wow, that's crazy. I hope to watch you again when you've grown up a bit more. Thanks for the memories. Is this like a goodbye donation? Well, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. I understand if you are so terminally online that you think not being friends with your favorite streamer is immature. I've seen a lot of comments like that. And maybe one day you will go outside. Thank you for the $5. Hey, listen, if you're gonna Drama Frog, at least donate. That person had it right. Drama Frog donating. You know, I gotta read the message if they give me money, right? Anyway, let me update the dono goal really fast. $15 Redinos. To be clear, by the way, guys, this is a repeat of every other, like, dumb drama I've ever gone through. I've gotten this much shit from the sex cult drama. I got this much shit when I criticized FD Signifier. This is nothing new. And the resolution of this whole thing will also be nothing new. Moving on, though. It's time to talk about titties. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. We gotta talk about straight dudes thinking it is gay to be attracted to women. Because goddamn, has this become a bit of a problem here on the left. Oh, we got an extra dono to read first, though. Thank you for the donos, guys. I appreciate it. PepperT21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Says, in workers' rights news, Hasbro, who owns Dungeons & Dragons, just fucking laid off 1,100 employees like 2 days ago. I saw that. I saw that in, like, my comments. People were mentioning that shit. That's really fucked up. I'm probably going to end up doing a full segment on that. I've had some people in my comments mentioning it just sort of off the cuff, like just like mentioning it, and it seems like a lot of you guys are interested in that topic, so maybe we'll cover it today, maybe we'll cover it tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, it is time for the titty segment. Wait, hold. There we go. YouTube was being weird. Usually whenever I play a video and then switch tabs, it doesn't just pause the video because I switched tabs, but there it did for some reason. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, there has been some interesting back and forth coming out of Twitch the last couple days that has had Twitter absolutely aflame. Now, I guess I have to give you guys a little bit of context to this whole situation for you all to understand both why this is relatively important to discuss and where it connects to politics. You see, Twitch TV, or Twitch.tv, started off as a completely different platform. Way back in the day, it was called Justin TV, and it was very different from how Twitch is today. It started off as this relatively niche in regards to broader culture. Like nowadays, you ask somebody, hey, do you know what Twitch is? Obviously they know, especially younger people. But even back in like 2012 or 2011, if you ask the average person who is like in middle or high school if they knew what Twitch was, a surprising number would say no. I didn't really... when did I first learn about Twitch? I think it might have been like 2014 I learned about Twitch for the first time, maybe 2013. The space was much more insular. There were far less streamers, there were far less viewers, and the stakes were far lower. Not to mention the amount of money on the table and the amount of necessary restrictions, like of what you can do on the platform, were far less common. And because of this, Justin TV was seen as, like, compared to today, the Wild West. And a lot of streamers who were around back then miss those days, because if you're a streamer, it kind of does suck getting banned, right? Like, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks to get banned. It's not that fun. But then a big event happened that really, really hurt Justin TV's reputation. A live streamer was just live, on stream, then proceeded to pull out a gun and blow his brains out live on stream. This was internet shattering when it happened. Many of you guys have probably forgotten about that, but my mentioning it, like, reminded you that happened. It was big drama when it happened. And the idea of online gaming live streams actually had a lot of scrutiny for a while from mainstream media due to this, because the idea of just anybody being able to live stream to thousands or more people and do anything on said live stream was actually kind of a newish thing. Like, to be able to reach that many people with a live stream and to do something that awful out of nowhere live with no warning was kind of like, oh shit, this is a thing that can happen. Was the guy obsessed with some actress? I'm gonna be real, I haven't seen the video in like 8 years at this point. Like, I was 10 when I saw that video, maybe 12. So, at the oldest. So I don't remember if he was obsessed with an actress or not. I just remember the imagery. Anyway, that was such a big deal. Twitch was literally forced. Yeah, I think he stalked Bjork, right? No, maybe I don't want to mess anything up. I don't want to mix anything up. Anyway, this basically forced Twitch to rebrand. They went from being Justin TV to being, as we know them today, Twitch.tv. With this came a lot of progressive tightening of the grip on the platform. The platform was growing, especially under the new name Twitch, but a lot of people were just kinda, you know, they were starting to realize that as the platform grows, the rules are gonna get a little bit more serious and a little bit more strict because the platform has more money on the table that's kind of being leveraged here. And if the platform hosts something like the live-streamed suicide that happened on Justin TV, then that could mean not only the loss of income for many streamers, but also for the platform itself. Oh, look, President Sunday is shit-talking in YouTube chat. Enjoy the band, buddy. Anyway, moving forward, Sorry, I just got reminded of something that I think I know why President Sunday's in my chat, and it's because of something that's probably happening in private that's got him really upset, because he really fucked up in our, well, not our conversation, but in his conversation with Ethan. He did something really bad that's probably causing him trouble in private. Anyway, that aside, Twitch started to get to be a lot less Wild Westy. There started to be a lot more rules, and this obviously started to grow a little bit of hatred towards the platform in the in like the streamer sphere on Twitch. How many streamers have you seen talk about Twitch's rules or the way it's run in a positive way? Not that many people. Yes, resentment, thank you. That word blanked out of my mind there. There's a lot of resentment that started boiling up from the audience and the streamers themselves towards Twitch as more and more rules started to be introduced. And the rules started to be applied even more harshly, if that makes sense. For example, one of the rules that I remember was a thing for quite some time, but I think might have gotten undone, was that in response to people getting upset about the thing we're going to be talking about, I think they made all forms of being shirtless on stream, even if you're a guy, against the rules. So there were, like, streamer dudes who had, like, taken off their shirt on stream as, like, a bit, like, to take it off and, like, spin it around and then got banned. I know that there were some people who had, like, vomited on stream because they were sick and gotten banned. I've vomited on stream before and never gotten banned, so it's like, I don't know if that's really a rule anymore. But, like, I guess I didn't literally vomit on stream, but, like, into a bag off camera. But, like, that's still vomiting on stream, right? Like, I was sick, so I don't know. Like, is that still a rule? Does that not count? The point is, people got really confused about when do the rules matter? When do they count? How are they going to be equally, applied? There just started to be a lot of confusion. And the bigger Twitch continues to get, the more confusion there tends to be. Now, here's where things start to get a little bit more complicated. Twitch is, of course, primarily seen by many, and was, going back in the day, seen by many as a platform for gaming content. Most of the people on there were dude bros who were streaming games, and most of the people watching the content were dude bros who were streaming games. And there started to grow this, like, pseudo-incel insularity to the Twitch community. This idea that, like, the gaming community online, particularly the live stream community, was like this big hug box for loser gamer bros who had, like, been the nerdy losers in school, and now they had a community that accepted them. I know this sounds cringe, but that was unironically what people said back then. I'm not even joking. That is word for word the type of shit you would hear from people, fully sincerely, without a hint of irony coming out of those viewers' mouths. And this idea started to breed a surprising, well, it shouldn't actually be that surprising, but a unsurprising amount of misogyny. You see, Twitch growing meant that female streamers started coming to the platform. Gaming has for a long time been seen as kind of a boys' club for a variety of socioeconomic reasons, having to do with marketing and the way that we socialize girls as compared to boys when they're young, all those things. You know how it is. Regardless of that, there are plenty of women who play video games, and plenty of women who would be interested in YouTube and streaming and making content in that realm that's been seen for so long as a boys' club, so they started doing so. And this immediately started garnering a lot of hate. There was always a at least loud minority of sexist gamer bros on Twitch attacking literally any woman that they could find on the platform just for being a woman. If you are a female Twitch streamer, no matter what, no matter how perfect you act, you are going to get harassment from sexists on the platform because they are just out there, and they look for women on the platform to harass, right? So those people always existed, and they were seen as like a problem. Like, they're not good, but they're not really numerous or a big enough issue to be worth, like, talking about by a lot of streamers and content creators. Until the sexism started to get a little bit more popular. Now, It's hard to even call it sexism because to an extent, I feel like it's more so a deeply internalized form of misogyny that a lot of like younger men might have that they don't even realize is misogyny. So when you point out that it's misogyny, they get really defensive about it because they don't want to like admit that something they've said or believed is misogynistic, right? In this case, it was the inception of the booby streamers. Now, my first memory of hearing about booby streamers, is this some Gamergate shit? We'll get into it in a moment. My first memory of hearing about booby streamers was back when Basher versus, like, Girlfriend had started doing, like, really lewd streams on Twitch. And people started referring to her as a booby streamer. And I was like, booby streamer? And you know, I learned what that term meant pretty quickly. The idea behind booby streamer basically means this is a usually a woman, I guess. There are men with titties, you know. There are men with titties, and there are non-binary people with titties, but typically a woman who just very explicitly uses sexuality and sex appeal to bring in viewers and donations and stuff like that. And I remember it kind of started out on Twitch as being like a very, let's see how much we can get away with on the platform thing. Because the platform's always had relatively strict rules on like what you can show as far as like nudity on the platform. Because let's be real, there are a lot of kids on the platform. But there was this sort of slow testing of the water. Like, how much can you get away with on the platform? Can you do squats for subs? Can you do like jumping jacks in a loosely fitting sports bra for subs? Can you like wear a bikini on stream and be in the pool? Can you like wear a thong on stream? Like, there's just kind of like really trying to see, okay, how much can we get away with here, okay? And frankly, I've got no hate for that. I really don't. I'm sorry. I like seeing boobies too much for that to upset me. But for a lot of dudes, this upset them. Because, and I'm paraphrasing somebody else here to try and give you guys an idea of what the dudes who believe this shit really believed. And I can't direct quote because I don't remember exactly what he said, but this is paraphrasing what Trainwrecks TV, one of the largest used to be Twitch streamers on the platform back then. He basically went on a rant talking about how the same girls who rejected you in high school for being a nerdy gamer bro are now coming to Twitch and they're showing their tits and they're farming viewers and subs and they're tricking the same guys they rejected in high school into giving them money. That's basically what he goes on to rant. And then he also goes on to like do some weird chant and the chat starts spamming gorilla emotes. It's really weird. It's really, yeah, tricking. Yes, tricking. Tricking them into donating by them choosing to hit the... yeah, exactly, right? So, since that point, there has been this sort of festering sphere of people online, mostly on Twitch, who see any form of showing skin as being qualifying of outright ban-worthy sexual content on the platform. And I've seen this range from cases of, like, here's someone literally, like, flashing a nipple on stream. I've seen that before. There have been streamers who've gotten banned for that. Granted, I'm pretty sure that streamer was drunk. I don't remember what her name was, but it was, like, big drama a few years ago. But yeah, like, there's been cases where that's happened, but for the most part, I've seen a lot of these dudes literally getting mad at female streamers who have, admittedly, pretty large breasts, but literally just wear a normal, like, shirt. And, like, there's a certain point where if you've got large enough breasts or whatever, if you wear, like, a normal shirt, you're going to start to cross into a boundary that, like, horny teenagers think is sexualized. And I also don't think there's anything wrong with at least, you know, capitalizing on sexuality a little bit for you know, bringing people in, right? Using what you got and as far as your physical appearance is not, like, a shameful thing, as long as it's not being done in a manipulative way. And there's nothing about what booby streamers do, in my opinion, that is manipulative. Circling back around, though, most people's criticism of Twitch on all of this has actually primarily been the inconsistency when it comes to applying the rules. You see, Twitch will allow some pretty over-the-top sexual content from real people, while also quite frequently banning artists that do artistic nudity, such as like drawing art that like has some form of like very not sexualized tame nudity in it. Many art streamers have been banned for that, and it's like, really? That got me? VTubers with like relatively skin-showing avatars have gotten banned for it, even though like there's been actual naked real women on Twitch that have gotten like away just fine doing it. Like, it really is the inconsistency for most people that upsets them. But when you get upset about the inconsistency, and you then also see the other people agreeing with you, or like on this, oh, we hate booby streamers, fuck these thoughts brigade, it's very easy to get sucked in to the bandwagon, you know? And I really worry about a lot of the people who are talking about this stuff getting sucked into that bandwagon. Not to mention, listen, I have to call, I have to do my due diligence, and I have to call out this blatant hypocrisy in a lot of the people who don't like the booby streamer stuff, okay? Have you noticed that a lot of the dudes, usually dudes, who say they don't like booby streams on Twitch are the same people who defend the gambling streams on Twitch? And vice versa. Both these parties make the same arguments at each other that they disagree with. The party that's against the booba streamers says that you're exposing kids to sexual content, and then the party that's against the gambling content says to the other party, you're exposing kids to gambling and normalizing it to them. And both parties disagree with each other's arguments and say they're ridiculous on the grounds that kids are not that susceptible to these influences or going to be harmed by these things. So I will say it's weird. Oh, sorry. It's weird that, like, these two issues that are so related that you would think the same groups would have the same opinions on are actually diametrically opposed, and they hate each other's positions for the same reasons. Like, the same line of logic and the same reasons. And they disagree with each other for the same reasons. It's really weird. I don't know. I've just noticed that weird hypocrisy, and I had to talk about it, because it really bothers me. Regardless, though, a couple days ago, Twitch came out with a fresh new ruling on what will be allowed on their platform, following a live streamer named Morgpie shaking her boobies on stream. You couldn't see nipple or anything, but you could see a lot of boobie. And, you know, a lot of people got mad about this. Twitch ended up banning them, and then they came back. They also did a charity stream and raised a bunch of money for charity, which is super based Morgpie. But Twitch followed it up with a response of, we are expanding our allowances of nudity and sexual content on the platform. That is not something I expected, although, don't count your chickens before they hatch, guys, because there's been an update to this situation that actually kind of undoes a bit of this next part. So, you know, bear with me. We're kind of going through the line of events here. I've got a Boblax video here that is called Twitter versus Topless Twitch Streamers. I'm sure there's going to be a fair amount of cringe from many parties involved in this video, including Boblax. As much as I don't think he is, like, an awful Nazi alt-righter, I do think that he and some people in his sphere are a bit more on the side of, like, Twitch thoughts, meh. So I'm sure we're going to have plenty of reasons to make fun of that in this video too. But one thing I can't deny is he does a good job of gathering a bunch of tweets together to use as an example of what people are saying about all this stuff. Yeah, he's kind of like a super enlightened centrist. Some of the content's good, some of it's questionable, to say the least. I do think that pretty much everybody in the commentary community can be pretty deranged when it comes to trans women in the lefty space, notably Keffels and Demon Mama. There's a lot of derangement about. And I say this as someone who is having very public disagreement, drama, whatever, with Keffals. There's a lot of derangement. Like a sort of like fixation, it feels like. Granted, I don't know all of the lore behind it, but it feels obsessive from these people.
So as many of you guys know, the streaming platform Twitch has had this weird relationship with sexual content on their platform. If you look at their TOS, you would assume it's similar to YouTube or many other streaming sites, but over the years we've had streamers really stress test this.
Oh yeah, the okay. How do we feel about the writing the names of subscribers on your like bare body while you wear a bikini live on Twitch? Like, I really don't know where I lean on this, because on one hand, I'm not dumb enough to pretend like most people who are old enough to be on Twitch have probably already seen a lot more explicit than this already. Like, I don't know. By the time I was like able to search out live streaming platforms, I'd already seen some shit. You know, like I get the idea behind wanting to keep the platform relatively clean, but at the same time, it's like kids are almost certainly not being harmed by this content being on the platform. Like, almost certainly there's not going to be much tangible harm. Is it appropriate? No. Is it necessarily tangibly harmful? No. So it's kind of hard for me to find where I stand on it, right? Because I don't feel like there's anything wrong with this in isolation. I feel like the argument that people are making is that what makes this a problem is the fact that Twitch is a all ages site. I mean, maybe not all ages, but it's a site that also appeals to young people. But I feel, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like there's any, like, 11 or 12-year-olds that are going to see this and it's going to, like, ruin them. Yeah, they don't age verify. Yeah. To be fair, like, what kind of age verification besides showing your ID is going to actually work on these sites anyway?
Twitch TOS, like using the loophole that bikinis are allowed on Twitch if you are making swimming content by just having a shallow inflatable pool in the middle of the room and sitting in it. But now this rule has been tested to its absolute limit with a new trend of girl streamers going live without a shirt on and placing the camera just above their nipples. The fact that this type of content is being made on Twitch is brought to everybody's attention on Twitter when Dextero tweets out this clip and says, "What is going on at Twitch?"
I feel
What is this meta?
And also,
I will say, there's really nothing funnier to me than the imagery of, like, a supposedly straight man getting visually upset and yelling over seeing a hot woman with her tits out. Like, only on the internet can you see that a straight man respond this way to seeing tits.
like, anxious today. You know what I mean? Titan, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you.
What are you upset about, man?
Relax today, so I don't really have any like sub goals.
What are you
or
mad
anything
about?
like that. I'm just
Sword Dre responds by
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like when people have responses to that, like, that are of that tier, it kind of takes away from any seriousness I could have for your position, right? When you're literally responding like you just saw someone get beheaded in front of you when you see some titties on Twitch. Like, is that your first time seeing boobs? Are you like Beavis and Butthead and you literally like go, we're gonna score whenever you see tits? Is it that big a deal for you?
saying, "At this point I'm finna start oiling up my ass cheeks and make him clap on stream." Dr. Drizzer responds by saying, "I'll pay 1K to hear the meat clap." Dre responds, "Dawg."
I do love when, like, dude's response to this is to say, at this point, I should oil myself up on stream and clap my ass cheeks so I can make as much money as these women make. And it's like, reminder, by the way, the reason these women are making so much money is because they're hot, and they're using that and capitalizing on that. Like, dudes are horny, they like to see tits, and they like to not have to go to a porn site to see them. you know? Just open up another browser, another tab in Twitch, and you can go see some tits. Yeah, like there's not going to be anybody watching your like oiled up ass clapping stream if you're a dude. I mean, maybe some people, but I mean, nowhere near as many as if you had like big boingaloings that you were bouncing around.
Dog? To which Ricky responds, you open the door. Don't get mad when people walk in. Mate reacts to all of this by posting this clip with the caption, Twitch when they are told to ban these girls instead of all the normal people.
No way!
Zan, there's a time and place for everything. I'm full sexual liberation and pro sex work, but Twitch should at least try to age gate. Pornhub makes it clear what's up. If girls were looking at pics of older men's dicks, even by choice, we'd think different things of this. No, I think that the like, I always think when it comes to situations like this, doing a role reversal is always like useful. Like, okay, do we maybe see this as fucked up if we were to switch the gender roles here? Like, does this maybe indicate a double standard? But like, we've had moral panics over kids trying to access porn for like generations at this point. And like there's always been like the famous way that kids would get around it. Like the generations before us, it was like sneaking into your parents' room to find your dad's old Playboys or whatever. And like in my generation growing up, it was finding out how to bypass the parental blocks on your computer. The way you did it, by the way, was going into the processes, looking for the particular name of the parental block, and shutting down the entire process to completely close the program. That's how I did it. Yeah, they did not design that shit well. It was McAfee Family PC Protection or something like that. Yeah, like there's certainly the they'll always find a way around it thing. Morgpie showed that she was fully clothed the entire time. She was just wearing a tube top and had a decent angle for her camera. That's actually crazy. Yeah, like, so there you go. That's a good example there. Granted, I never would have guessed that based on the video that we've seen, but like, there are some girls who are just so busty that if they wear a tube top or like a sports bra, they're gonna look very busty. And if you're just a horny dude, you're going to see it as sexualizing because you're horny, but you can't change your body. Like, the same outfit on a girl with smaller boobs would literally not be a problem. So this feels really... I don't know. Like, I'm not going to deny it's explicitly sexual, but it feels weird. How, like there's a little bit of dishonesty going on.
I don't think so, pal! That's not how this works!
Louis responds to this by saying, Twitch went from gaming to softcore porn in a couple of years.
No, Twitch has literally had people fuck on the... There's literally been couples that have gone live and are just fucking on Twitch. This has happened for years. There have been countless accounts that have been, like goes live, immediately they're fucking. That has happened like a dozen times that I remember.
A responds by saying, the girl's mom, by the way, showing a picture of a Pornhub comment that says, why are you doing this? Please come home. Your father and I are heartbroken. Lucy Perry said...
Yeah, see, like, it's very clear here that a lot of this is less so, oh, we don't want this content on Twitch, but on its own it's fine, and more so a general shaming of sex work, or, like any form of content that, like, utilizes sexuality. Like, oh, your parents must be so proud of you, you Etha. You guys have seen those kind of comments, right? I assume you have. They're quite common from these types of dudes.
I got banned for a digital pixelated nose, by the way. Valen Free responds by saying, I would die laughing if the dude got banned for watching this while streaming on Twitch. General Sam says, yo, this fucking rocks, hell yeah. Wizzy says, basically live OnlyFans. Rael the Protogen says, Twitch when a smaller streamer streams copyrighted content. Grrr! Twitch when literally naked people have 1,000...
What do you mean? Wait, what? Twitch is the... Okay, so for one, copyrighted content is, like, copyright is illegal, as a law. So you're talking about, like, being mad that Twitch follows the law, for one. Two, Twitch is one of the most lenient platforms for copyrighted content out there. Like, it was a big deal when Twitch announced they'd be cracking down on saving the audio of live streams that use copyrighted music in them as VODs. Like you could still do it, your VOD just gets muted. But the live stream is untouched, and you can still record it and like upload it on YouTube or whatever. Like Twitch is, people watch like entire movies and TV shows on Twitch. The other month I was literally in a live chat. Like I was in a Twitch chat with a, like, that was just live streaming Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King. And it was just everybody in the chat was pretending like they'd never seen the movie before with their emote reactions. So like Frodo gets jabbed by Shelob, and the entire chat like starts spamming Pepe hands, rip, rip, rip. And then like whenever Frodo is revealed to be alive, everyone's like, let's fucking go! Like none of them have seen the movie before. It was so goddamn fun and hilarious. Everyone there was just like going with the bit of pretending like they hadn't seen the movie, and this was their live reaction. And there was like 400 people there. They were just all typing emotes in chat reacting to the movie. It was really funny. Yeah, but like, no, Twitch is literally the Wild West when it comes to copyright shit compared to any other platform in the space besides maybe Rumble.
Plus viewers. Yay! Macquarie says, I wish Twitch would just make an NSFW category and be done with it, rather than just meandering and trying to suck.
I honestly agree with this, yeah. If Twitch made an NSFW category that was, like, separate, that would be pretty cool. Because, like, to be clear, by the way, it very much is, like, the forefront of the Just Chatting section when you go there. Like, I'm going to open up Twitch right now. I'm going to go to the Just Chatting section. Wait, can I just search Just Chatting? There we go. Holy shit, dude. So this is the Just Chatting section on Twitch right now. Like, if you search Just Chatting, this is the Just Chatting section on Twitch. Granted, like, I certainly don't disagree. Twitch knows what I like, you know? Like, this is a good recommendation. Twitch knows what I like. Twitch knows what I'm into. But, I feel like it might be a little bit dishonest to pretend like it's like, obviously there's not, like, a crazy amount of it right now. But, like, all the biggest streams are basically, like, copying what Morgpie did. Yeah. And there's, like, this is going on 24/7 on the platform. So, I don't know. I definitely think an NSFW section would be useful. Because, like, if you go to Just Chatting, the first thing you see is titties. That's just what happens when you go to the Just Chatting section on Twitch. It's just what that section is when you first click on it. Always 24/7. At least in my experience, it always has been that for the last few years.
The gray area sphincter so hard, you'd think they'd struck oil. You gotta believe says, going to start swinging my peen around with a sock on and call it content. Andrew.
This is what I mean, lightweight parasocial manipulation using sexual attraction of kids and teens for donations. It's just not good. Wait, you mean like getting kids and teens sexually attracted to them so they donate? I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess you could make the argument that, like, a platform like OnlyFans or other sex work platforms verify the ages of those that use it. Like, I'm pretty sure you have to, like, give your ID in order to make, like, an OnlyFans account, right? So you have to have your age verified with ID. And so you know that nobody using the platform's a kid, unless they're, like, using a fake ID, I guess. But outside of that, like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think there's a good case to be made there. That, like, this is basically acting as, like, a way for women, and I guess men, too, who would otherwise be doing OnlyFans or might also be doing OnlyFans to monetize younger people who can access the platform, as opposed to, like, the adults who can only access, like, OnlyFans, right? They're the only ones who can access that. So if you stream on Twitch and do this stuff, you can, like, use your sexuality to potentially open up a market to a younger, underage audience, too. That is a good argument, I think. I think that there is a good argument to be made that Twitch is being used effectively as a bypass for kids not being able to go on these sites, like OnlyFans. And that they're just trying to open their market. I think that's a fair argument.
Drew Mason says, I missed myself 30 seconds ago when I hadn't seen this shit. Overlord Tenji responds with a picture of a disheveled Omni-Man.
I missed when I didn't see this shit? Or is this your... Okay, how can you say you're straight when your response to seeing jiggling titties is, I missed myself from 30 seconds ago when I hadn't seen this shit? Is this guy gay or something? That you have no excuse for tweeting this shit unless you're not straight. This is not straight. This is not a straight thing to say.
Hadn't seen this shit. Overlord Tenji responds with a picture of a disheveled Omni-Man looking at his phone and says, this is why I only stick to YouTube.
Homo, titties. My eyes are melting. I saw titties. No!
Shows 2 more examples of shirtless girl streamers on Twitch and says, Twitch motto, Twitch is where millions of people come together live every day to chat, interact, and make their own entertainment together. These particular female streamers living on easy mode. Turkey Tom quote tweets Dextera.
Wait, hold on. Is, like, showing your body online super degrading, awful, and, like, horrible? Or is it easy mode? Which is it? Because from these same people I hear... Oh, yeah, these women showing their bodies are ruining themselves. They're fucking themselves over. They're no guy's ever going to want to date them. They're showing their goods off to the world. Like, all these, like, incel talking points. But then also, on top of that, the, like... What? Why do these people make so many contradictory arguments? Is it easy mode? Or is it, like, guaranteeing a life of suffering and unhappiness? It's literally just the meanest thing they can think to say at a given time that sounds like the most coherent as a response. Then again, it does show how cons miss the point again, like how they see a priest go after boys and say homosexuality is wrong. Yeah.
Turkey Tom quote tweets Dextero and says, this bitch looks like Hulk Hogan, but the response wasn't all negative.
What? 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 Are you... What? Dude, I will never understand how dudes can see a girl that goes to the gym and see that as somehow, like, unattractive. Like, this girl isn't, like... muscular. I'm sorry, but she's not muscular. I'm sure she could probably knock the shit out of me pretty well, but, like, she's not exactly muscular. I've seen muscular women before. I wouldn't even categorize her as a muscular woman. She's just, like, a bit toned. She looks great, but she's not, like, bulky. She's not, like, a muscle woman. She's in very good shape, for sure. Dude, like, see what I mean by, like, these guys will literally just think of the most bizarre insult because they have, like, an actual disdain for these women. Like, it's not just a, we disagree with this content existing on the platform. It's a downright distaste for women who make this type of content anywhere at all, it feels like. Because this insult is, like, a personal insult about her appearance, and the rest of the insults are all about, like, broad statements about these women. I don't know. He got cheated on, Zan? I don't know. I just think that's, like, weird to be so antagonistic towards, like, hot women. And this claim, like, you see a lot of people, I think Keemstar started this with, like, the Pokimane is 2 out of 10 thing, where you get, like, these guys online pretending like women are less hot than they obviously are as, like, some kind of fake own. Like, it's like a bunch of dudes pretending like they find a woman who's, like, very clearly more attractive than the average woman you're going to meet, like a 2 out of 10. And it's like, you can tell they don't even mean it, right? But it's just meant to be mean.
Bitch looks like Hulk Hogan, but the response wasn't all negative, as Capri Sun Poppy quote tweets this and says, I think the reason that men get triggered by adult content on Twitch is that they believe the adult content contributes to their decline in viewership. Twitch has always been nasty.
Yeah, I think Trainwreck's literally just kind of let the mask slip with this one, by the way. He literally explicitly screamed in his famous, like, anti-Twitch thought rant, or whatever it was called, that these women are coming and they're stealing away viewership from the same guys that they rejected, and Twitch is for the nerds and the outcasts to have their own community, and now these thoughts are invading.
Faster than other platforms because people see it as a zero-sum game. If you were watching her, you were not watching me. When in reality, the majority of top streamers are men. The ones who succeed are either extremely lucky, interesting, funny, or the best at a game. It's not like there was less adult content when they found their success. Also, there's adult content on every other platform. Has anyone been on TikTok recently? It's the same shit, but way fucking worse.
Same on YouTube as well, by the way. I shit you not, I dare you, go on YouTube and type in the search bar, nude yoga. I dare you right now, go into the search bar, look up nude yoga. You don't even need to click the videos. The thumbnails will tell you all you need to know. All of these platforms, as they get larger, are continuing to have to rely more and more on automated systems for applying their moderation. This leads to more false positives and more and more never flagged rule breaks on these platforms, such as the nude yoga being unaddressed by YouTube and whatnot. But Zan, nude yoga is a thing, and those videos count as educational. It's a loophole. It's a rule loophole. Those videos are, we know why those videos are being made. There's not, okay. Yeah, I'm not arguing with this, because I know there's going to be some, like, super esoteric nude yoga enthusiasts in chat that are like, actually, I watched those videos in order to get guys on how best to do the downward dog with my butthole out. I don't know.
Worse. I don't know, just policing other creators is a bad look, because you just invite people to police your shit, especially when—
Listen, I watch those videos to see how best to position my balls while I do the downward dog so I don't get a testicular torsion. I need those videos, okay? They're very educational.
they are not harming anyone outside of the hypothetical. Think of the kids who could be watching. I don't know. I watched that shit at a young age. I'm fine. Just do you. Denim responds to all of this by saying, do straight men even like women? Vosh responds by saying,
no, they don't.
Huge fan of those mammoth milkers. But I do worry about the dynamic and weirdness of women who are essentially sex workers interacting with and asking for donations from chat on a site largely used by young men. Feels like a race to the bottom. Jake Workmeister responds by saying, ah, look, you've discovered why socialism doesn't—
What? Dude, I'm so, I mean, I'm used to getting comments that are just absolutely retarded like this, but Jesus. He responded well with just saying, I like your saxophone. How is this socialism? It's not socialism. It's just, dude, something you have to know is there is like an audience of insanely deranged people that is constantly like waiting for you to have a moment of weakness to try, like from the right, that are trying to jump in and like use shit against them. So like there'll be like a situation where I'll tweet something that's not politics, and I'll get a bunch of random unrelated Nazi hate comments because they know that like my non-politics tweet isn't going to get as much attention. And they like the Nazi types like this take advantage of like anything like that to jump in. It even happened, and I have every reason to not defend her here, but it happened with Keffels too. When the drama I had with Keffels started, there were Nazis coming into my replies saying transphobic shit about her. And I was having to block those people because these were like Nazi Keffels haters that were like just waiting for a moment where like there was negativity about her to like throw some shit out and try to like take it as an opportunity to start stirring up shit and like get their bigot posts attention. And so, like, that's what this is here. It's very common. Basically, like, if you're a content creator in the space, you've got, no matter who you are, you've got a bunch of, like, hate followers like this just waiting for you to tweet some shit and then, like, respond with some just deranged non sequitur. It's really weird.
Work. You were learning something libertarian. Vosh then responds by saying, I love your saxophone, referring to the guy's saxophone in his profile picture. Sargon Avocado responds to Denims by saying, is this really just a representation of women? Can this lady not use any descriptor that has a slightly higher resolution? Women is the lowest resolution description for what this whore is doing, and by using—
Yeah, it's a Sargon Avocado comment. It took me a second to realize it was Sargon. Fucking hell. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's a Sargon comment. Is this Sunny V2 or something? No, it's Boblax. He like reads off people's tweets. whenever there's like Twitter drama happening. Yeah, Sargon is like an actual white nationalist and like a proud chauvinist. So this take does not surprise coming from him. He's basically just saying what a lot of these dudes that he's been reading like comments from here want to say, just with the mask off, because his audience is primed for it.
It paints all women as whores. Cacti expressed response to Denims by saying, "It's wild that some leftists will horseshoe their way into questioning men's straightness because they are not instantly objectifying any naked woman they see, laughing my ass off."
Nah. These dudes are literally responding with revulsion at seeing tits. Listen, like, dude, I don't like Denims, but she makes a good point here. Like, these dudes are literally responding to seeing tits with revulsion. Responding with, do straight men even like women, to that is absolutely valid, okay? There's nothing about this that is questioning men's straightness. It's a joke about how dudes who are straight are, like, losing their mind over seeing titties. Something that they are absolutely overplaying for the sake of, like, this weird culture war shit involving booby streamers on Twitch, okay? It's just that simple.
Off. Also, it's not unreasonable to be worried about the softcore porn that's on Twitch. Kids go there. EJ responds by saying, "Stop."
I do think the idea that like kids could potentially be I think the idea that some of these women could potentially be using Twitch as a way to open their market of sexual content to kids where they wouldn't be able to do it otherwise on like age verifying platforms. I think that's a pretty strong argument. That's probably the best argument against this stuff I've found, and I think like having a separate section that's age locked for NSFW content would be good. Like, you have to show your ID and verify your age on Twitch in order to access the NSFW section or to make content on the NSFW section. Because that's another big thing too as well. Twitch has absolutely no safeguards to keep someone, like a girl who's like, I don't know, 16 years old, from just lying about her age and saying she's 18 and doing this kind of content on Twitch. There's literally no age verification safeguards for that kind of stuff like there is on OnlyFans or like Pornhub or whatever. That verification system not existing and there being such a easy path to minors sexualizing themselves in the platform, that worries me. And you know that shit exists because wasn't that literally how Belle Delphine started? Like, Belle Delphine is like one of the most famous sex workers on the internet now, and I'm pretty certain she started when she was underage with like the lewd posting and whatnot. I'm almost certain she was not 18 when she started doing that shit, right? Because there was drama about it, right? Like back in 2016 or like 2017, I forget when, like the era when that type of person was like really going viral. Yeah, so like that kind of stuff, that's also a concern. The fact that there is no age verification for content creation on the platform means that there could be self-sexualization by minors on the platform without any verification or like stopgaps or ways to prevent that or verify that that's what's happening. That's also a concern. If there's going to be NSFW content allowed in any way, shape, or form on Twitch, I think it should have to be both age verified by viewer and particularly age verified by creator. Pornhub had this problem, by the way. Pornhub had this problem where they had to implement mandatory age verification for their creators because underage people were uploading on there, right? Wasn't this like a huge drama a couple years ago where Pornhub had to do that shit because there was some investigation that found there was a bunch of coercion and underage shit on there? Isn't it just artistic nudity? No. Bouncing your titties on stream for subs is not artistic nudity.
Objectifying women. Hey, objectify that woman if that's what she wants.
Yes. Do not objectify women when they don't want to be objectified. Objectify women when they want to be objectified. I know that sounds hypocritical to you, but the key distinction is, in both cases, you're following the consent of what like the woman is okay with you doing. I know that's like a concept that just you can't like connect those wires in your brain, but it's not hypocritical, I assure you. Because in one case the woman's okay with it, and in the other she's not. So yeah, that's the consent matters, believe it or not. It really does.
Shuwon Head responds to all of this by saying, "Why doesn't Twitch just make a new 18+ site? They do this on Twitch because the market is already saturated on actual porn cam sites. They won't stand out. They can find a larger..."
Okay, this argument is stupid. The idea that like the market is already saturated on porn sites is stupid because porn is, yes, one of the most saturated markets ever, but also there are tons of sex workers who have, like, pretty moderate audiences. Okay, I don't think that she did this because she couldn't make it on Pornhub, but I think the secondary part of the argument is good. They can find a larger, younger audience on Twitch. This point is the correct one. That I do think the argument that they're using this as a way of, like, opening themselves up to a younger audience, I do think that that's a solid argument. That's why, oh, okay.
Younger audience on Twitch.
Jesus.
What I'm trying to say is these whores should be banned. Medivus responds by saying, I remember the good old days on Twitch with sweaty gamers, male and female. Look how they massacred my boy. A Cheeto said,
Okay. Nah, do I make the drama comment? Do I make the drama comment? Do I point out the irony in Keffels claiming I'm an incel misogynist for not wanting to be friends with her? And this is literally what Shuanhead just tweeted. Okay, no drama, no drama.
For a younger audience
no
on
drama.
Twitch. What I'm trying to say is these whores should be banned. Medivus responds by saying, I remember the good old days on Twitch with sweaty gamers, male and female. Look how they massacred my boy. A Cheeto says, if you gotta close the tab when mom walks in the room, reconsider your viewing choices. Ragnarok says, Twitch is turning into OnlyFans. Miranox says, Twitch is so desperate for money, so they won't ban these moneymakers unless they have no other choice. Jessic says, I remember back in the day Twitch would ban you if your bra poked out a tiny bit, or you spent too long out of a game. I thought it was insane at the time, but now I want it back.
Okay, no, you do not want the times back when Twitch didn't allow non-gaming content. That was part of, like, the tyrant arc of Twitch, where people, like, wanted to do non-gaming content on there because, like, why not? Why can't I do, like, a debate on there without playing a game? And it wasn't allowed. It's actually why Destiny gained the reputation for being the dude who plays video games while debating people. Because back then, you literally had to be playing a video game. Like, if he did his full screen and just did a debate early on, he would literally get banned. You had to be playing a game while, like, doing whatever. Because Twitch was so strict about their rules being, like, you know, you just play games on here. And then they added the IRL section. And the IRL section was like the, okay, here's where you can put your stream in this section and you don't have to be playing video games. You can do whatever. But IRL ended up being a hellhole because people use like the IRL stream section was just absolute hell. I'm not even going to get into it. And then Twitch got rid of IRL section and replaced it with just chatting, which is just like, that is the mode that I'm in on Twitch right now, where it's like, I'm not playing a game right now, I'm just chatting.
Mickey Mullen says, I'm a pretty liberal guy when it comes to sex and sensuality, but this is way outside Twitch's brand.
All good,
Twitch
Ethan.
should shut this kind of thing down to defend their market.
I'll talk to you on Discord later about it. But welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here, my friend. Everybody, subscribe to RK. That's Ethan in chat.
Allowing or encouraging this sort of content will be highly damaging to their core audience. Henry B says, Twitch is in the decline stage. Once a website that used to be dedicated to gaming becomes nothing more than softcore porn in a desperate attempt to gain a wider audience. It's nearing its end. Gradually, then rapidly. Twitch will likely go out of business within the next 10 years.
You're giving quite the broad range there. Twitch will likely go out of business in the next 10 years. Okay, dude. Yeah? In the next in the next decade, in the next 50% of the time the platform has existed, you're betting that Twitch will go down? That's a real dangerous bet there, man. Yeah, wow. That you're really putting your reputation on the line with that one.
Thequartering says, it's simple. This meta works because Twitch is full of 14-year-old boys, and suddenly, boobs! If it's a site full of boobs, these people wouldn't make a dime. Irrational Chad jokes about the people defending this type of
Irrational
content
Chad?
by
That's
showing a
Chad logic.
screenshot of it and saying, if you don't like this for any reason, you are a homosexual incel. A Cheeto
I don't think... I do think there are actually people who are that are strawmanning a bit and saying, like, if you dislike this at all, or have like a negative response to this at all, you're an incel. Yeah, there are some people saying that, but I feel like this is kind of a you're basically strawmanning the entire side of the argument, saying like, okay, this is maybe bad, and I agree with you there, but there might be a little bit of sexism going on here that's worth addressing. Maybe.
responds by saying, "This is so bad, dude." RG says, "It's not about the view. It's about the lack of consistency with the rules." Hayden G says,
And that I agree with. The lack of consistency with the rules is probably the biggest issue. Like, the rules being as inconsistently applied as they are is a massive problem, but I don't think that's actually an issue with Twitch, like, ideologically, so much as it is an issue with Twitch, logistically. Like, I don't think we need to see any more tweets, but, like, I really think this is more so a problem of Twitch not having the resources to affect their rules equally across the entire platform, because, like, I mean, you've seen how many times I get false striked on YouTube, right? Like, I've literally had to have, like, 6 false strikes removed from my channel. False community guidelines strikes. And every time I get a false community guidelines strike, I got a bunch of, like, Nazis and right-wingers in their replies saying, "Isn't this what you want? Isn't this what you want when you say you want these platforms to have rules? You broke those rules." It's like, "But I didn't, though. It's a false strike." And they're like, "Yeah, right. Whatever, buddy." And then the strike gets removed because YouTube says it was a false strike. And then, of course, we have some developing news. Because while Twitch did announce their expansion of the allowance for content like that on the platform, they updated those rules just today. Effective today, we are rolling back the artistic nudity changes. Moving forward, depictions of real or fictional nudity will not be allowed on Twitch, regardless of the medium. This restriction does not apply to mature-rated games. You can find emote-specific standards for nudity and sexual content in the emote guidelines. We aren't making other changes to the updated sexual content policy. We're in the process of pushing out updates to our community guidelines that reflect this change. It will take a few days for both this blog and for the new community guidelines to be translated. While I wish we could have predicted this outcome, part of our job is to make adjustments that serve the community. I apologize for the confusion that this update has caused. Boo. Yeah, I mean, they basically, like, did a thing that got them a bunch of bad will from that, like, side of the internet, and then acquiesced to what they wanted, which will literally do nothing for those people's opinions of the platform, and will only give them ammo to point to say, look, even Twitch agrees this is wrong. So yeah, I feel like Twitch handled this awfully. Like, once again, it would have been better if Twitch did nothing at all than if they did the anything that they did. Christ. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Hey, T-Lost-a-Lot, welcome. We got some donos to read. Thank you guys for the support. I really appreciate it. Nightmothism, thank you for the $8.69 donation. I'm going to actually round that up to $9 because, as I said before, the cent amounts make it a little hard to keep the, like, count up the dono goal and keep, like, entering the values because I have to do it all manually. So I'm just going to round it to the nearest dollar, and that's $9. So I'm counting that as $9 donation, Nightmothism, but I get the 69. Nice. Thank you. Says, I'm sorry, Zan, for the drama you're facing. Everything is online for you, while my real life, I had to fill out a restraining order from my ex-partner after I went to do my finals at college. Jesus! Listen, Nightmothism, you got it way worse than me. Guys, I want you to know, this drama, I mean, it's a little rough, and it upsets me a little bit, but you guys gotta know that, like, I'm very used to this shit by now, and I appreciate the kind words, I really do, but I want you all to know, I'm doing fine. I'm doing A-okay. I've been through many dramas like this before. I know that I am acting correctly, and while I'm getting a lot of people claiming that I am not, I know things that I know, and that's what matters. The time will come to make a response, but that time is not now. It's so fucking stupid, Lamau. I know, Ethan, I know. I thought Zan was going to stop vaping. No hate. I am going to stop vaping. For those that don't know, my plan has been really since I think, honestly, since I was still with Lonnie, was to, once I moved into my permanent, like, house residence, to essentially grind out as many pre-recorded segments or pre-made segments as possible to allow me to take a full 2 weeks off of streaming without, like, it hurting the upload rate and stuff, because when I quit vaping, it's gonna be a bit rough to go through, and I'd like to not have to stream while I'm, like, going through the withdrawals. So I'm trying to, like, build up enough of a cushion of content and savings that I can afford to take a couple weeks off streaming to, like, quit nicotine. It's not as simple as, like, when I randomly just decide I'm going to quit caffeine because I ran out of Monster. It's a little bit more detrimental to your health getting off of nicotine. It kind of fucks you up. Don't worry, Cryptid T. You'll see how crazy it is soon. Thank you for the $9, Nightmothism. Loverworm, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, did y'all know that Tolkien was so Roman Catholic that he told the Vatican II in Latin, fuck you, I'm still speaking Latin, when they said you're allowed to speak not Latin every Sunday? Huh. Yeah, no, Tolkien was a linguist. You guys know the reason why we say dwarves and elves instead of dwarfs and elves is because of Tolkien? Tolkien wrote The Hobbit, and he wrote the words elves and dwarves for the plural of elf and dwarf, and his publishers and editors continuously tried to correct him and say, no, you have to say elves, you have to say dwarfs, and he's a linguist, he, like, studies language. He died on the hill of, no, it is dwarves and it is elves. And he managed to get it published as such, and ever since, in every form of fantasy media we use the term elves and we use the term dwarves. Yeah, but it affects everybody differently. I want to thank you, Demon Mama, Tipster, H-Bomber Guy, and the members of Sad Milk for bringing information of Illuminati to accountability. Yeah. Yeah. I really like the Sad Milk guys. The people that Illuminati fucked over, I've had the chance to talk to them a fair amount in private, and they're all very, very nice people. I'm really glad that they're getting as much support as they are. And it was nice being able to raid Wonder the other night. That was cool to be able to do. Yeah, the Click, One Topic, Wonder, yeah, they're all great people. Ooh. Dude, it is so crazy how getting COVID and recovering from it all over again cured my long COVID symptoms. Like, I've been telling you guys about that upper back pain I had, right? Like, literally for months and months and months since I had COVID the first time, I had this awful upper back pain I'd been complaining about. Got COVID. My whole body felt like that, recovered from COVID, and that pain went away with the rest of it in my body. It's like, the best way to describe it is, I got COVID before, my body recovered from it like 85%. And I suffered from having 15% COVID for like a whole year, got COVID again, and then my body, with a second chance, 100% recovered from it. I don't know. COVID cured your COVID. I think my immune system getting kicked into overdrive cured my long COVID, if anything. But yeah, I feel great. Like, even coming off of, like, what is it? Like a 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks off of being reinfected. I feel great right now. I just have a little bit of, like, phlegm in my throat every once in a while, and I gotta, like, cough a bit. But besides that, I feel way better than even when I got reinfected. Like, the day before I realized I had COVID again, I feel better now than I did then. Because my long COVID symptoms are gone. Like, completely. So that's nice. Very good news. I've been a lot more active because of it too, which is really nice, because before it was just like, wow, it sucks to get up and move. And now it doesn't suck to get up and move, which is so nice. So fucking nice. But yeah, thank you for the $5, Loverworm. And then PepperT21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, women in Twitch discourse, so time to post this cringe clip again. Oh god, yeah, you got it, yeah. This basically summarizes the drama.
You're a twitch thought, nasty greedy witch thought, tier 3 grabbing bitch.
This song is actual hell.
Thought. I'm the Jed type, Barry Poggers mad type, Monka is mad lad type, epic clapping rad type, Twitch is hentai.
It's actually the worst thing ever made. It's actually the worst thing ever made. I'm not even joking. It's actually the worst thing ever made. I'm sorry, someone donated it to me. I had to get it. I had to play it. This guy has meme tattooed on his character's knuckles. Yeah, he's Nuxtaku is quite the character in the internet space for sure. Puffle Cakes, thank you for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $15. Very based and pog. Very helpful. Gifted to Aliyah, Nedesi, and Morgan Grail. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Said, oh no, and a link. Thank you. No titties. Oh no. You sent me a link of myself. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's check out this clip. I hope they all appreciate the tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much. All right, let's see this clip of me. I am perfectly covering up my own webcam because of the stuff. Anyway. Oh, titties. My eyes are melting. I saw titties. No! That's good. That's a good meme. That is a good clip. I'm glad that got clipped. That's good. I like it. Sorry if this is out of line or if you've already said something, but are you going to address Vosh's new shoe video? What is there to address? The title is literally, Shoe was correct about something for once. Why would I be upset about that? That title's funny as fuck. Like, what do you mean? Nux said that is your fault? That it's cringe? Does Nuxtaku know who I am? I don't even... I don't even... What? Does Nuxtaku know who I am? That'd be surprising. Anyway, yeah, Shu do be correct on some things. Like, no one is immune to being, correct sometimes, okay? Even the worst people can have correct takes, you know? We literally just did a segment yesterday about how Sophie from Mars can be left-leaning and progressive and all that's good, but that doesn't make her a good person, right? Like, even bad people can be right. Yeah. T. Locelot, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you. Very kind of you. Very base. Didn't say anything, but it's very appreciated. Thank you for your financial support, guys. As you all know, I did just move, so obviously finances are a bit tight, but your financial support helps me to save up for the lovely Quail arc, which is on the horizon. There's literally nothing stopping us now other than raising the money for the cost of, you know, like, having Quail, and then time, because it's got to be... It's got to be spring. I can't do it during winter. I would be very bad for, like, hatching a clutch, what's the term for it? A batch of baby quail in the winter in the north. It'd be very bad. I haven't seen it yet, DJ Sauls, but we will be watching it today. My idea for the quail content is that I'll basically, like, I'm gonna get, like, one of those chest mounts. Like, you know those, like, harnesses you can wear? It's like, you put it over your arms, it goes under your armpits, and, like, one bit goes around your like, waist, and then you, like, attach a GoPro to it, and it just kind of records what's in front of you from, like, a chest level. I'm gonna get one of those, and a lapel microphone that, like, hooks onto my, a body cam, yeah. A lapel microphone that hooks onto my, collar, so that I've got decent audio quality, and I'm going to each morning record my daily routine with the quail. This includes cleaning their coop, collecting their eggs, feeding, watering, and inspecting them, as well as socializing them a bit, you know, just giving them some pets, giving them a little love so they know not to be afraid of me and they know that I'm their dad. That kind of stuff. And I can obviously just talk about random political stuff or whatever's going on in the day during that like video. And that would be like a daily or maybe like bi-daily type of video. So like Urban Rescue, yeah, like a more chill, laid back, just quail version of like an Urban Rescue Ranch video, but it'd be much more political leaning because it's like, hey, good morning guys, this is the day it is, here's the date, gonna check on the quail, see how they're doing. Ooh, we got 6 eggs today, nice. Gonna add these to the carton, mark the day, you know, just that kind of thing. Maybe show you guys me making the quail eggs into breakfast. Second channel, no, it'll probably be on the main channel. I don't think it needs to go on a second channel, personally. And There we go. Load. Thank you. Is the video still up? Okay, I still got the video up. Nice, okay. Oh. Okay. Nice, 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 and nice. Actually, no, I think I could probably bring up one extra. Dawson. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So I assume all of you are familiar with someone by the name of Shane Dawson, one of the most long-running content creators in this entire platform, one of the most well-known content creators in this entire platform, and in recent years, one of the most disliked content creators in this entire platform. You see, Shane Dawson has a shady history. Specifically, Shane Dawson has a shady history when it comes to comments he's made about minors and jokes he's made about his cat, and a lot of these things you might not exactly consider jokes, because where the fuck is the joke? He just says he did these things and like laughs about it in a way that indicates not only is it true, but he knows it was wrong. Like, Shane Dawson has some audio out there of him saying and admitting to some pretty sussy, wussy shit. Does anybody actually have the link of him talking about, the cat thing? Or, like, even better, if you have, like, a conglomeration of the clips that were, like, the big drama a couple years ago involving him. Like, I think there was a clip of him talking about, like, a underaged actress in a very inappropriate way, a clip of him talking about his cat, and, like, something else that was really weird. Does anybody have those clips that you could link me? If someone could link those in chat, it would make things astronomically easier. I'm curious if anyone in chat is, like, tuned in enough into this drama that they can, produce the segment, or produce the clip. Will Smith's daughter, I think? Yeah, wait, was it Will Smith's daughter?
I laid the cat down on
Shane Dawson denies disturbing claim about cat. Okay, so this is in regards to the cat thing.
her back, and then I moved her little chicken legs, like, you know, spread open or whatever. And I was like, if I just, like, hump, but, like, on her tummy, like, that's not weird. Like, whatever.
Shane Dawson is apologizing for what he said and maybe even allegedly did. It's so disturbing, we're choosing not to share it with you. This clip is from a 2015 episode of his podcast. Shane goes on to describe a sexual encounter with his cat. Now that the clip has resurfaced, Shane's denying what he said was true.
Oh my god, this is so cute. Rylan, come see what Daddy made!
This is a nice place to, like, think about your issues.
In a flurry of tweets, the YouTuber explained himself. He starts off by saying in part, quote, "I did not blank my cat. I've never done anything weird with my cats."
Do you remember that quote becoming a massive meme?
He continued to say, quote, "I've learned my lesson over and over again, and I'm more confident now in my ability to be introduced."
To be fair, his defense is that he's been doing this a long-ass time. He's been on the platform for a long-ass time, and there was a point where these types of jokes were far less socially maligned as they are now. Obviously, that doesn't change the morality of it, but his defense is that, it was just edgy humor that I never expected to really, like, have the impact that it did, right? It's like, yeah, but it didn't sound like a joke, you know? It really didn't sound like a joke at the same time. You have to admit, it doesn't really sound like much of a joke. But it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say whether or not this man is as sus as some of the clips and things that have come out about him would say. From my understanding, people lean towards he's probably a creep. Regardless. Why am I talking about this? What's this have to do with politics? Is probably what you're wondering right now. Well, Shane Dawson, for those that don't know, is gay. Which means, if you've been on the internet for more than 5 minutes, you know that the right essentially has established this rule on the internet that when someone who's part of a minority group does a bad thing, they all have to collectively do everything in their power to lump all people in said minority group into a massive monolith and make that entire monolith responsible for the actions of one person. This notably happened when the, what shooting was it that happened that was, like, done by a trans person, and, like, it was the first ever shooting done by a trans person, and the right, like, jumped on it like crazy? Nashville? Yeah, the Nashville shooting. Like, ever since then, how often have you seen right-wingers refer to trans people as, like, prone to shooting up schools or shooting places up, when 99.9% of, like, school shootings are caused by straight white dudes? Like, one trans person shoots up a school, and all of a sudden that's representative of all trans people. But we've seen what the average school shooter is like, but if you ever try to make even a joke about the race and whatnot of the average school shooter, these guys get really mad about it, you know? So it's very clearly hypocritical, but the right has established this idea that, oh, one person who's part of a minority group has done something bad, we got to make sure that we make it clear that every part of that minority group has to answer for this, you know? So, one of the first people to jump on this train, a train that did not actually end up getting as much steam as you would think, was Thequartering. Thequartering's immediate response was to start saying that surrogacy should be banned, and it's evil, and it's selling of a woman's womb. Tipster replies saying, equating gay men adopting surrogate children to child trafficking is not only dishonest, but fucking disgusting. Just admit you're a bigot who hates gay people. Your mother should have swallowed you, or left you as a sad, pathetic stain on her bed sheets. Very concise and accurate response from Tipster here. Thequartering quote tweets Tipster and says, gay men buying babies is child trafficking, creep. They pay money for a woman's egg, money to a lab to create their little accessory, money to a woman to carry. See a pattern here? The exchange of money at several junctures to purchase a child that will never know its mother. This is obviously fucking insane, because, like, exchanges of money being done for a service are not, like, the exchange of money for surrogacy is done for paying for the process of surrogacy. Doing that is expensive. You're preserving semen, and you're extracting and preserving eggs, like a bunch of eggs, by the way. They don't take, like, one egg. They take a bunch because they need fail-safes. If you're going to go through this process, they actually, like, they put in a lot of fail-safes, because if you pay a lot of money and you don't want this to, like, go badly, and you don't want it to be, like, a waste, because, like, you end up having, a lot of pregnancies aren't viable, so they end up, you know, trying to make sure this pregnancy ends up being viable. You have to store these eggs in a very particular environment with very specific equipment. You have to implant the semen into the egg, and then you have to implant the egg back into the ovary. You have to implant the egg into the ovary, right? I'm pretty sure it's the ovary. I doubt they would just implant it into, like, the fallopian. Like, you would just put it straight into the ovary, because that's where it'd be going from. Yeah. So you just kind of put it in there. And it may sound more simple than you think, but that's, like, a somewhat expensive operation to run, so I don't think it's unreasonable to charge for that process. It's not you buying a child or buying a womb. It's you buying the service of doctors, allowing you to have a consenting adult carry your child, who they have agreed is your child and not theirs. Anyway, Thequartering got so big mad about this shit, he made a whole video about it. This is a tweet from Cherry. Thequartering deleted his anti-surrogacy video after previously only unlisting it. That's right, he put out a video called The Disturbing Trend Shane Dawson and Dave Rubin Promote by Buying Babies. This video got so much hate, Thequartering unlisted and then deleted the video. It's now gone. Here's the thing, though. Apparently, he only unlisted it over on Rumble, which means we can still totally watch it there. He was unironically so ashamed of this video, he took it down. So I'm curious to see how mask off he goes here. That's right, guys. We've got a mirror of a video so bad and so bigoted and so mask off, Thequartering unlisted and deleted it to hide it. Let's watch.
To the finish line of getting knocked up.
Fertility is a gift directly from God. He left you intact for a biblical purpose.
Well, and Shay kind of on the phone call was like, well, I guess we'll just do a boy of each.
You girls will serve the leaders of the faithful. You will bear children for them.
I don't know, do we reveal the second name?
Who cares?
I like this, like, so for those who don't know, Thequartering starts his videos with, like, a poorly put together, like, meme. Because, like, much like Sneeko said, I think Sneeko said it best, seek truth through funny. A lot of people who watch this type of content unironically believe whatever argument makes them laugh more, or whatever, like, content makes them laugh more, must be the more accurate, because things that are funny are true. But also, when a comedian makes an argument in a comedic way, they're just joking. You shouldn't take it seriously. It's just a joke. Yeah, the hypocrisy is never ending. These people don't operate on an honest level.
This is so exciting. You guys are like on the journey with us.
Oh, you are so lucky. So privileged.
Today is...
He does realize what that Netflix series was about, right? No. How many times have you seen conservatives unironically use the screenshot of Cartman as Kathleen Kennedy saying, "Put a chick in it and make it gay," not realizing that entire episode was making fun of them? The right saw an episode in which the character, who is canonically a Nazi, who ends up getting the karma of being like a drunk... You do know what, like, Cartman's canonical future is, right? Cartman's future, South Park. This is from a recent episode of South Park where they show the canonical futures of the characters, particularly at the end. This is the future that awaits Cartman in like 30 years or whatever. Homeless, fuck you. He literally ends up being like a psychotic bum on the side of the road. Like the crazy, drunken weirdo of the town in his future. And he's also canonically a Nazi and is framed as being the representative of like the anti-SJW, anti-woke losers. And he has a nightmare in which he makes up a scenario in which all of South Park is like race swapped and gender swapped. And he gets super scared of this dreamt up, made up scenario he dreamed about, that he starts freaking out and trying to warn the world about it. He goes on like a crazy adventure hopping through the multiverse till he actually goes to the race and gender swapped version of South Park. But at the end of the episode, he ends up agreeing with Kathleen Kennedy that like, I forget what their like agreement was, but they end up like shaking hands and agreeing that like the freaking out over woke shit is stupid. There's no way the people sharing that meme have actually watched that episode. And if they have, it is possibly the most blatant example of the right having negative media analysis skill you could possibly imagine.
Actually, our embryo transfer day. Everything's been leading up to this day, and it's finally here. I couldn't sleep because I was so excited.
This will become ordinary.
Okay, we're skipping through the dummy.
As another reared its ugly head that is going on, being it, but there's an extremely hot button issue going on, being discussed on
Remember, guys, he deleted this video off of YouTube and even unlisted it here on Rumble.
Right now, that has kind of reared its ugly head several times throughout the years as each high-profile example comes to light. Recently, YouTuber Shane Dawson, disgraced YouTuber with a very interesting past, a past that was dug into by my news agency, thepublica.com, which we're going to take a look at, bought some babies. Now, there are a lot of people...
Bought some babies. Okay. Is there, like... Does this guy consider adopting a dog as buying a dog? Because you pay money when you adopt a dog from a shelter. He knows that, right? Like, you all know that, right? Like, is that buying the dog? like, I guess technically there's an exchange of funds happening, but this isn't child trafficking. For one, child trafficking is when you have children and you sell them against their will and against the will of their parents. Surrogacy is when someone agrees that, yes, I will carry the child of another couple or another person, and I will just basically be the incubator for said child. The reason why Thequartering is against this is obviously the homophobia, but on top of that, conservatives are against surrogacy because it kind of throws a wrench in their idea of what motherhood is supposed to be. The idea that motherhood has to be this very rigid thing, like a biological thing, they're against it. It's why conservatives would also be against adoption as well. If conservatives would had it their way, they would literally have homeless and like orphaned kids thrown out on the street. Because adoption is bad, unless I guess they would be getting adopted to like a right-wing Mormon family or something. I don't know.
People out there that have complex opinions about surrogacy.
But a lot of these people are against adoption
and,
too.
I think that everyone's entitled to their opinion. And my opinion is that I don't like when people buy babies as accessories. I know that might seem...
Buying babies as accessories. So I guess gay dudes can't be parents. A baby must be an accessory as opposed to like a parent. Like, no wonder like he ended up taking this down. How mask off does he go?
Like a hot take. I don't like when I think that babies deserve a mother and a father. I don't like when rich Hollywood people pay poor people.
Okay, so he's just straight up saying it is bad for gay couples to have a kid. Just straight up saying it is bad for gay couples to have a kid. Dude, bro let the mask slip all the way and had to hide it by deleting the video. That's crazy.
To carry their babies either. Surrogacy is something that I think should be reserved for a husband.
Remember, conservatives see babies as property. They see children as property. They cannot see it as like an exchange of a human being deciding they are going to be in the care of someone else or agreeing to be in the care of someone else. They see it as someone stealing the property of another or exchanging money for the property of another. At least that's how he's trying to frame it.
And wife who biologically...
Because when you see children as people, you wouldn't see this as like... You wouldn't frame it the way that he is. He sees children as property, as do many conservatives, the property of their parents, particularly their fathers.
Logically cannot conceive that is the best case scenario for that child to have the best chance to thrive in life. There's somewhere around 400,000 children in this country, in the United States alone, right now looking for adoption that need to be adopted. I don't necessarily think rich people should be going...
Okay. The reason why one does surrogacy is because surrogacy allows you to have a child that is genetically yours. Like, obviously the surrogate mother is genetically related, but it means that one of the parties in question can be genetically related to the child. In the case of, like, surrogacy for, women that literally, like, I believe there's, like tons of cases. Aren't most surrogate couples not gay, too? Is it, like, child selling or bad if a straight surrogate couple who can't naturally have a kid goes to, like, have a kid through surrogacy? Like, sure, I would choose adopting a kid that already needs a home, right? Same policy as I have when it comes to dogs. You don't go to a puppy mill and get a dog from a puppy mill. You get one from a pound or a shelter that's going to be put down if you don't adopt them. But, like, I don't know if there's a lot of kids out there that are going to be put down if they don't get adopted, you know? I think it's a bit different, and I don't fault people who want to have a child that is literally biologically related to them. I don't think it's like the end-all be-all, but I also don't fault anybody who decides to go the path of having a biologically related child.
And buying people's eggs, women's eggs, and renting their wombs and creating more humans. I think it's an abomination.
Remember, guys, these people rely entirely on taking extremely mundane, well-established, well-researched, and refined medical procedures and trying to describe them in the most barbaric way possible to gross you out.
That may seem like extremely strong language to you, but it's how I feel. I accept that you may disagree with that. I think that this is an exclusively rich phenomenon that really parallels the show Handmaid's Tale. Handmaid's Tale is a show that essentially depicts a dystopian future in which only a few women can get pregnant.
Okay, you are actually deranged. There is a very big... This is like saying there are people going out and having ink injected into their skin. Have you seen this? Have you seen these people getting ink injected in their skin? You know what this is? You know what this can lead to? Imagine a society in which the government makes everybody get an ID number tattooed on their skin. How can we allow people to literally have their skin marked permanently with ink and needles when that's what this could lead to? It's like, dog, people choose to get tattoos. It's a very far cry from the government forcing you to get an ID number inked on you, right? Like, he's trying to take people decide to voluntarily go through with surrogacy, and he's trying to claim a slippery slope argument, which is itself a fallacy. There's a word for it, the slippery slope fallacy, to try and claim that somehow this will lead to a Handmaid's Tale scenario where women are forced into breeding camps for the sake of like a eugenics-based superhuman breeding program. Actually deranged. Actually fucking deranged. Surrogacy is not eugenics.
And so they become literal slaves to the rich and powerful in this country who use them as babies.
Do you guys remember when for like 6 months before Andrew Tate like completely fell off in the mainstream, when all these people were unironically saying we exist in the Matrix? We haven't forgotten about that, by the way. Like the fact that you people literally spent an entire year saying that like we live in the Matrix and we have to break out of the Matrix. Like you guys did that. You guys said that shit and expected us to forget. You don't exist in reality. You're just making shit up.
Be making slaves, and this is their life. This is the life of the show that they created. I think that it may make people uncomfortable. Some of the people that I'm going to talk about in this video, and that's okay because I think you have to have principles, and they have to extend to people that are even quote unquote seen as on your side. Rise in the conversation is Shane Dawson, somebody with an extremely.
This is the dude who makes the like all conservative dudes are like super ripped and like lefties are super ugly memes where it's like there's like a lefty lady who's like jacking off at the thought of like having sex with the chud dude. That's the comics this guy makes. It's really weird shit. It's almost in the tier of that one dude who would draw those like sexualized photos of right-wing women in the anti-SJW sphere back in like 2017 or 2018. You know that guy? That fucking weirdo? If I showed you one of his drawings, you'd know right away. Looks like AI? Nah, this dude is the one who did the illustrations for Lauren Southern's kids book. This dude's like a conservative artist, comic dude.
Questionable past, buying 2 babies. And then weirdly posing, just moments after being taken from the mother that was paid money to create this child, posing for bizarre photos like they had just given birth. G Prime put this out.
Yeah, he did do the Biden melanin comic where like the Biden says, then you ain't black, and then like turns the girl white. He also made that meme. That's his one rare W.
Depicting Shane Dawson and his husband buying 2 babies, Dave Rubin buying 2 babies. I think this is Pete Buttigieg also buying babies. I say buying babies because that's what they're doing. This is not.
It's literally, I like how it's only gay men. Like, it's just like, look at all these gay men buying babies. I will say it is funny seeing Dave Rubin have the tigers eat his face after he spends like years and years and years supporting homophobia and bigotry. And now like he can't change the fact that he's gay. And so the fact that he's gay is like really starting to hinder his reputation in the right-wing sphere now. You can be gay and a right-wing figure, but you can't have kids. And you certainly can't be gay and have weird sussy shit you've said about kids be a thing before. You can be a conservative and say sussy shit about kids, and you can be a conservative and be gay, but you can't do both. The right won't accept you then. It's really weird. It's really weird shit. Do we get any actual, like...
Files. I mean, they want these pictures to the internet for clout. I mean, are you mean to tell me that this is normal behavior? Oh, we just bought this baby off some poor woman who needed to carry a baby to pay her, for...
Okay, for those who don't know, when babies are born, usually they have to stay in the hospital for a little bit, like a couple days, sometimes like a week, and you usually don't leave the baby and go home during that. You usually end up sleeping in the hospital. So, yeah, that's usually why there's those photos of, like, fathers being in the hospital bed with their wives holding the baby, looking like they gave birth, because they've usually spent a couple of days in the hospital, like, nonstop, just been in the hospital with their baby and their wife. So it's like, it's literally the most, like, insane fucking shit these people, like, dig into.
For money, who sold us her egg, but let's pose for a bunch of post-birth photos. By the way, this is a man that has said some heinous things. Coincidentally, Slaticism quotes, lots of quotes and replies saying, why do they always want boys? And I know some of you are just being sarcastic and trying to suggest the answer, but here, I'll just say it for you. They want boys because they're PDF files.
Damn, no wonder he had to take this down. Just full on saying, like, gay couples that want to have kids are pedophiles. Damn. No wonder he took this shit down.
Definitely a great organization either. Quote, disgusted doesn't even begin to describe how I feel right now, when user said, with their post racking up over 160,000 likes. Thousands of others users shared their sentiments concerned about Dawson's fitness to parent 2 infant boys.
If you're concerned about specifically Shane Dawson's fitness to raise kids, that's fine. But if you're going about it the way Thequartering is, where it's some narrative about how, like, surrogacy is bad and gay couples shouldn't have kids because they're pedophiles, then that's where we're gonna meet our big disagreement. Also, you see this photo here? You see this photo, right? Thequartering posted this to imply and outright said that the baby is breastfeeding from Shane Dawson there in that photo, which would be, like, weird, maybe a bit weird if that was the case, to say the least. Turns out it's a complete lie. This is a edited photo where they put a little, like, edited heart over the baby's face to make it look like you can't see what's happening under there. There's, like, an implication. The photo uncensored exists, and the baby is literally just leaning its head against his chest. So Thequartering posted this photo specifically and said that the baby is, like, sucking on the chest. Chest contact is important. Yeah, I believe you're supposed to hold a baby's head up to your chest. Like, there's something about it that's, like, particularly comforting to the baby. I don't know. But yeah, just another example of, like, Thequartering being a complete piece of shit on all of this.
Shared a news story of a man who did something horrible to a 4-month-old infant, and then they passed away. Shane laughed and said, lol, amazing, before speculating how the baby would have suffered.
Yeah, so I assume he's just going to go into, like Shane Dawson being a piece of shit and try to use that as just... See, like, every single gay couple now has to answer for, like, Shane Dawson being a weirdo. Remember how I mentioned that before? The right has, like, established this rule that, like, a person in a minority group did a bad thing, so now every person in that minority group has to answer for it, right?
Just 3D print the babies.
Okay. You know what? We've seen enough. We've seen enough. You guys want to see Thequartering piss in his basement again? I have to show it every time. This is the second stream in a row. Let's decompress with some ASMR, chat. I love a little bit of ASMR to decompress. Yeah. Let's max out all of my audio boosting software so you can hear the piss. Alright, this is gonna be loud as fuck at first, but I'll audio adjust it.
You never know. You never know. I'm gonna pee in my trash can down here. I don't know. My wife went out for pizza without me.
and I'm angry about it. So I'm going to win this round, and I'm going to pee. If I don't win this round, I'm going to pee in my own basement.
He proceeds to not win the round. Now, listen carefully.
Ah! No!
Listen to this ASMR, chat. You can hear it. It sounds like, you know the sound that like standing showers make? Like whenever you turn on a standing shower that has no like tub in it, it's just like a little thing, like a little like area to catch water and send it down a drain. Like when you turn on that shower and you hear the sound of like the water hitting that tile, that's the noise. You gotta listen for that like distinct tinkle, because that's the noise you're listening for here. You hear it, right? You hear it. Yeah, dude. We love the quartering. We love our favorite basement pisser. You see, I have an actual bathroom in my basement, so I can piss in my basement without it being into a drain. Instead, into a toilet. The quartering's as rich as he is, and he doesn't have a bathroom in his basement? Christ. Also, why didn't he mute? Why wouldn't he mute his audio when he's going to go piss? I assume you guys could hear me from like 500 miles away and always mute my audio whenever I go to piss. That's just like common practice. I don't even know. Anyway, the quartering was so ashamed of that video, he literally took it down. That's how mask off he went there. So it's very clear that he is very much trying to like ride this fine line between going full mask off and like catering to the bigots in his audience while also keeping a relatively centrist, non-political, you know, I'm just making fun of the crazies kind of branding going. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Also, just want to say, drunken actions are sober thoughts, so if he pissed while drunk on stream, he's probably done it before. Yeah. Nah, YouTube hasn't really been applying their TOS on big right-wing YouTubers. I don't think that's why he took it down. I think he realized that was a bit too mask off. His audience relies very heavily on, like, this weird, fake, but he's not really bigoted. He's just making fun of the crazy stuff kind of position that he tries to take. Gotta turn off ad block. Gah. Yes, Reuters. I turned off ad block, Reuters. Chill. Reuters. Reuters, I turned off the ad block. You gotta stop. Are you good now, Reuters? Okay, Reuters, you gotta chill. This is getting crazy now. I'm gonna lose it. Ad block. I turned the ad block off. Are we good now? Are we good now, Reuters? Are we cool? Okay, apparently we're cool now. Okay. Christ. Yeah, Discord's down for maintenance right now, guys. Alright, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, we've got some pretty Interesting news coming out of Texas. Texas Attorney General threatens to prosecute doctors in emergency abortion. That's right. The Texas Attorney General is threatening to prosecute doctors who engage in even emergency abortions meant to save the lives of those that are pregnant. Let's go ahead and watch the clip.
I am going to grant the temporary restraining order.
A Texas judge on Thursday ruled that a woman with a complicated, likely non-viable pregnancy can get an abortion despite a ban on the procedure in the state.
The idea that Ms. Cox wants desperately to be a parent, and this law might actually cause her to lose that ability is shocking. And
for the record, by the way, for those who don't know, if a woman has an unviable pregnancy and it's like really bad, at worst case scenario, she can die. Best case scenario, she will be sterilized by the damage it can cause and never be able to have kids again. Because it may come down to literally half dead, bleeding to death on a fucking gurney, getting taken into a emergency room and having to have an emergency hysterectomy to save her life. Or their life, because obviously not just women. But yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about here, right? Like, if conservatives actually cared about preserving the ability for women to give birth, they wouldn't be shutting down reproductive health clinics. They wouldn't be trying to prosecute doctors that do reproductive health care.
Would be a genuine miscarriage of justice.
Lawyers for the plaintiff, Kate Cox, said it was the first such case since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year, allowing states to ban abortion. Her lawyers asked the court for...
Remember, guys, the whole goal by the Supreme Court, the Republican majority Supreme Court, in overturning Roe v. Wade was not because they thought it would lead to nationwide abortion bans, but because they knew it would mean every Republican state would be able to have unilateral power in making abortion illegal in their state. They basically gave all the red states the power to supersede any national restrictions on taking those rights away and decide whether or not in that state you're allowed to get an abortion. And they also get to decide whether or not it is a crime to go out of state to get an abortion. Because remember, some of these women could end up getting prosecuted for going out of state to where it's legal to get an abortion and then coming back because the resident state might designate it as murder.
A temporary restraining order preventing Texas from enforcing the state's near total ban on abortion in her case, saying her continued pregnancy threatened her health and future fertility.
And according to her doctor, the medical care that she needs is an abortion. In the time between when this case was filed on Tuesday morning and our hearing today, Ms. Cox has had to visit the emergency room again, her fourth emergency room visit in the last month, for pregnancy symptoms including severe cramps, leaking fluid, and elevated vital signs.
On November 27th, Cox's fetus was diagnosed with a genetic abnormality that usually results in miscarriage, stillbirth, or death soon after birth. The Texas abortion ban includes a narrow exception to save the mother's life or prevent substantial impairment. A lawyer for the state said Cox had not shown she qualified for that exception and required a more thorough hearing on evidence.
Of course.
The abortion, once performed, is...
If you're not literally, bleeding to death on a gurney, they will do everything in their power to stop you from getting this life-saving care. They do not want you to be able to get the life-saving care before it causes you to have, they want to wait till the last second before you're able to get an emergency abortion or emergency hysterectomy or emergency surgery that could terminate a pregnancy, regardless of how inviable.
Permanent, it can't be undone. So the plaintiffs are going to obtain permanent relief in this case through this TRO application without any evidence being considered by this court in a full-blown evidentiary hearing.
After winning the temporary restraining order, a lawyer for Cox said it was, quote, unforgivable that she had to beg for health care in court in the middle of a medical emergency. Then, just hours after the judge's ruling, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton threatened to...
This is the main point of this story. What the Attorney General of Texas said.
Then, just hours after the judge's ruling, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton threatened to prosecute any doctors involved in providing the emergency abortion to Cox, saying the order, quote, will not insulate hospitals, doctors, or anyone else from civil and criminal liability for violating Texas abortion laws. A senior counsel at the Center for
Literally saying publicly, if you give this woman the medical care she needs to survive, I will make sure as Attorney General of the state that you are prosecuted. Literally, the Attorney General of the state telling every doctor in the state, I will come after you with the full extent of my legal power if you dare to save this woman's life. This specific woman has been targeted.
for Reproductive Rights, which represents Cox, said in a statement that Paxton was, quote, trying to bulldoze the legal system to make sure Kate and pregnant women like her continue to suffer.
Actual demons. Actual fucking demons, dude. They are just bad fucking people. Bad, awful, demonic, hateful people. This is the literal Handmaid's Tale, by the way. Notice how the Thequartering is like very all against like surrogacy and consensual pregnancy and calls it child selling. But this he defends. This he's in favor of. Democrats, Biden campaign condemn blocking of emergency abortion for Texas women. Or Texas woman. So the Democrats have come out to make their statement on this issue. Top Democratic leaders and advocacy groups on Saturday condemned the Texas Supreme Court's decision to temporarily block a pregnant woman from obtaining an emergency abortion. The Texas court on Friday halted a lower court ruling that allowed the emergency abortion for Kate Cox, 31, of Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas area. The state Supreme Court was responding to a petition from Republican Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who had requested the block. He personally requested the Supreme Court of the state to block the lower court's ruling to allow her to get this life-saving procedure. He not only put out a statement threatening any doctor that would save her life, but went to the Supreme Court and had them block the ruling that said it was okay for her to get the treatment. He has made it a political battle to ensure this woman dies for political points. And his supporters are cheering this on. They love him for this. They love this kind of shit. This might be one of the most celebrated political moves by a Republican, like, non-presidential candidate I've seen. Because remember when Ron DeSantis did that thing where he, like, tricked a bunch of immigrants into, like, going to that like gated community that like a bunch of Democrats were in and were like, well, if you want them in this country, then why don't you house them? And like lied to them, told them there'd be food and like blankets and stuff. And yeah, Martha's Vineyard. I watch a fair amount of like edgy normie podcasts, mostly because it gives me like an insight into what the average dumb fuck I've got to convince to care about like injustice thinks and how they think and what they talk about. And the response from, like, not even that right-leaning podcast bros to that was what an epic own against the Democrats. They saw it as, like, a concise call-out of hypocrisy in the Democrats that they didn't, like, immediately... Which they did, by the way. They did immediately provide them shelter and food and everything. And there was, like, a big effort to, like, make sure all these people had a, like, safe place to stay on the part of those Democrats that were in Martha's Vineyard. But regardless, the Republicans just said that didn't happen. And... people fell for it, and they saw that stunt as like an epic own on the Democrats. Because like the Republicans know what these shitheads like. And it's insane, cruel, vindictive political moves like this that get Republicans all riled up in support of you. Donald Trump wasn't kidding when he said he could go on to like he could go to Times Square and shoot somebody in the face unprompted, and everyone would still vote for him. He wasn't joking when he said that. You remember that quote, right? When he bragged about how he could go to Times Square, shoot someone in the face, no one would care. He'd still get his votes. He bragged about it way back in like 2016. The people who vote for guys like this, like willingly, like happily, they're not good people. Cox sought court authorization for the abortion because her fetus was diagnosed on November 27th with trisomy 18, a genetic abnormality that usually results in miscarriage, stillbirth, or death soon after birth. Cox, who's about 20 weeks pregnant, holy fuck, that is a scary amount of being pregnant to be with a unviable, like, oh god. Like, she is days away from, like, things starting to tear and rip and internally bleed. This is scary as fuck. Cox, who is about 20 weeks pregnant, said in her lawsuit that she would need to undergo her third cesarean section if she continues the pregnancy. That's a C-section, by this way. That's where they cut you open to get direct access to the uterus to take the baby out. I was delivered through a C-section, an emergency one, because when I was in the womb, about like a few days early, I ended up getting my throat wrapped up in the umbilical cord, and my heart ended up stopping beating, and I was like kind of dead. And so they had to do an emergency C-section and cut my mom open, literally cut open her uterus and pull me out, cut the umbilical cord and get it unwrapped, and immediately start giving me rescue breaths and CPR and everything, baby CPR. Very scary stuff. Trust me, getting it, yeah, like a noose, basically, the umbilical cord was. Yeah, so like literally just normal, healthy, like, pregnancies can lead to the most insane shit like that. And getting yourself cut open, like cutting directly into the uterus, not fun. Not something, it's literally the last resort, not something that has always survived. And my mom is very lucky to be alive and have, like, we're both lucky to be alive. Both me and my mom very narrowly escaped death just from me being born. It was a very complicated birth, and it's not uncommon. It's just not uncommon that that's how it goes. Like yeah. It's just not uncommon. It's not uncommon at all. Paxton has warned that any doctors involved in providing the emergency abortion would not be safe from prosecution. Texas abortion ban only includes only a narrow exception to save the mother's life or prevent substantial impairment of a major bodily function. Democratic U.S. President Joe Biden's 2024 campaign called Cox's story horrifying and heartbreaking. Quote, a Texas woman was just forced to beg for her life-saving health care in court, and now any doctor who provides her the care she urgently needs is being threatened with punishment, said the campaign's co-chair and Texas Representative Veronica Escobar. This story is shocking, it's horrifying, and it's heartbreaking. Guys, the Democrats aren't perfect. I'll be the first to tell you the Democrats aren't perfect, but the fact is, the average Democrat is human. Like, they're an actual person with emotions and a conscience, it seems, and like some level of guilt and shame that leads them to like at least saying the right thing on most issues. And when I look at the Republican Party and the fact that they are literally willing to put out what is effectively a hit on a woman in order to win political points, when I see that and the comparison is to the Democratic Party, which is like cringe on some issues and supports like American exceptionalism and American colonialism and like the war machine, like every other American politician, like the thing that the Democrats are bad for is the thing that the Republicans are doubly bad for. I cannot accept any reality in which someone tries to argue that you shouldn't vote Democrat in this next election if you can. I cannot see anyone make that argument and believe that they're being honest from a left-wing perspective. But there are people who are going to continue to argue this shit. Who are going to continue to argue that you shouldn't vote Democrat because they're not good enough. Guys, we have to keep Republicans out of office. I think this story really helps you guys to understand how relatively low-ranking officials in state government, even in city government, can have an extreme amount of power over people's lives. If you want to join an effort to actually fight against Republicans taking power across this country in battleground states, you can do !progressive victory in chat. It's a group that is gathering volunteers for canvassing, phone banking, any form of on-the-ground action that you can do to fight against Republicans taking power and to keep Democrats or get Democrats into important seats. With your help, and I assume you guys are at least as motivated as the Republicans are to take away your rights. I assume you guys are at least as motivated to keep them. And if you are, please consider reaching out to Progressive Victory. There's the link right there in the chat. And please go volunteer. It really does help a lot. And it makes me happy to see you guys taking part in an effort to actually fight against these people taking and holding power. Because even on the most small levels of electoral politics, this shit matters. And I think with a lot of the stories we've been covering lately, it's more clear than ever how much these local politics issues really matter. This woman's life is being changed for the worse because of a guy who most Americans probably don't even know his name. And that's worrying to me. That's really worrying. I know the subject matter at hand is pretty fucked up, but what do you guys think of that segment? I feel like I did a pretty good job discussing that topic. It's always Texas. It was great. Great, bad, but also horrifying, Segi. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, friend. Says they won't stop at abortion, and after contraception, they'll move on to gay marriage and other legislations and worse, and they will lie to claim that taking these rights away will help you. Exactly. They will continuously say they are actually making America more equal as they take away rights to minorities, yes. They are looking at, like, on a Supreme Court level, attacking gay marriage. That is very much on the table for them. They've very much made that clear. That is, like, on the docket for them. So, literally in the coming months, we could see gay marriage on the table with the Supreme Court getting abolished on a federal level. That'd be fucked. We'd go back to, like, some states don't allow gay marriage again. And interracial marriage could be on the table, too. They might go that far. It'd be crazy if just because of one term of Trump, we saw, like, an insane amount of, like, legal protections for minority groups just get rolled back from a single Republican presidential term. I feel like that would give a fair amount of legitimacy to claims that, like, you literally can't allow a Republican to ever win. Like ever again. Like, that can't be allowed. If you're, like, a minority group in this country, your rights are at risk anytime a Republican is elected to a high enough office, right? But thank you for the $5, Larry Banks 78. I really appreciate it. As you guys know, I did just move, so funds are a little tight. So any donations you guys are able to send my way are always super appreciated and always super helpful. But of course, you don't have to donate, subscribe, gift subs, or anything like that in order to support me. You can just hit that thumbs up button over on YouTube. Hitting that like button goes a long way, and it forces YouTube to push my content to more people. So I really appreciate it when you guys do that. They'll go after interracial marriage when the black Supreme Court guy either dies or retires. I mean, yeah, potentially. They might do that. I don't know. I feel like they could still go through with it now. So I was just reading some interesting Discord DMs that make me, they make me smile. They make me smile. How much more stream is there? A fair amount more stream. We've only done 3 segments so far. I still gotta do another 3 segments minimum.
Hello, you absolute legends.
No! YouTube spoiled it. YouTube spoiled it. Soiled it! Soiled it! Alrighty. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. The completionist drama continues. I want to remind you all, by the way, that in all of this, I've had every reason to be more biased in favor of the completionist. This is a guy who I first watched when I was like maybe 13 years old, maybe 14 at the oldest. I loved watching him on Scary Games Squad. I've always loved watching his completionist videos on, like, I would just throw those things on and just let them play through. Even games I'd never played through, I would let the video play while I'm like listening to it in the background while playing another game. I really liked his videos, and I hadn't heard about this whole charity thing that he did until all this drama happened. But while I have every reason to believe that the completionist, like, while I have every reason to believe because of bias that the completionist is like in the right in some way, this must be a misunderstanding, this must just be a honest fuck up. I've been following this pretty closely since the start. And I know that there's this tendency online, I've experienced this plenty, where there's like a big drama and there's constantly developing info about said drama, but people kind of refuse to keep caught up on it, and like, or they'll only listen to one side of it, like the side they're more biased for, and they'll develop their opinion and stick to it regardless, right? Like they pick their side and they refuse to even hear the arguments on the other side of things. And I've noticed this happening to Mutahar and Karl Jobst with this whole like completionist thing quite a lot. You see, this all started as Muta and Karl noticing something weird about the public tax filings of the Open Hands Foundation. Now, you can say that they must have been drama hunting by even looking into this, but regardless of what their motives were, I don't know what the story behind how they found out about this was in the first place, but regardless of their motives, they brought up a very compelling question. Why has a decade's worth of charity money that they have gone on record numerous times having said has been donated to this list of groups that they have worked with, that they in fact have never worked with, as it turns out, and the money has sat in there untouched, although arguably not untouched, for a decade? How can you argue that that's not a thing maybe worth pointing out? So Karl Jobst and Muta point this out. They make a pretty compelling video. Upon making this video, while they're making the video, they get the completionist into a call. You can watch the clip where the completionist changes his story 3 times while they have him on Discord. It starts out as, I have no idea what was going on. This is all just kind of hitting me out of nowhere, and I'm just now finding out about this. He says that. He then goes on to say, I think this is just a mess up behind the scenes. I think this might just be an error. There might just be a misunderstanding. To moving on to, actually, I've known about this for a while. There's been complications with finding the right charity to work with, and we've just been trying to find the exact right place, and there's been complications with getting it to be a restricted donation. I've actually known about this for a while, but I didn't want to donate because it would look like I was hiding it if I did it now. Like, it was really weird how the story changed multiple times. But the completionist eventually made a response, one that I have now since watched off stream, because, like, whenever I covered Muta's response to the completionist response, we just didn't have the time to, like, cover both videos on stream with how long I tend to make these videos with my pause andying. Hell, we're already 4 minutes in and we haven't started this video. Yeah, I ended up just watching Muta's response on stream, but I chose to watch just the completionist response unfiltered and unadulterated in my own time to see whether or not, like, maybe Muta cut out a really strong point or something that, like, maybe changes everything, that kind of thing. I think it's fair to watch the completionist's original response without anyone, like, chopping it up for the sake of, like, debunking it or whatever. However, there was really not much compelling points made in the completionist response. I think Muta's response was pretty solid, but apparently Karl's response, which is what just came out today and what we're about to watch, apparently Karl Jobst's response is quite scathing as well. I have not seen any of this, and people are apparently coming out in pretty strong support of this video, but the funny thing is, Literally just the other day, there were hordes of people shitting on Muda and Carl for ever having made their first video. Saying that they were, like, in the wrong for ever having pointed this out. And that comes off as really sussy to me. Like, the people who are defending the completionists still at this point have basically always been on the completionist side, regardless of what evidence there's been. And they've just been waiting for, like, a response to come from him that they can say, ah, see, he's debunked you. Problem is, there was no debunking in his response. Like, truly, there was no debunking. And, apparently Carl comes out with, like, the much more scathing response than even Muda had. So, I'm ready to see this shit. I'm ready to see this quite talked up video. We're not going to watch the whole thing, obviously, but we're going to get the gist of it.
Hello, you absolute legends. Last month, I released 2 videos outlining charity fraud committed by the completionist and his charity, the Open Hand Foundation. Those 2 videos can basically...
Outlining charity fraud, not alleged charity fraud, charity fraud. Gotta be pretty damn fucking sure to say something like that as a YouTuber when you could very easily get sued if you don't say allegedly.
Be summed up with 3 main allegations. 1. The completionist committed charity fraud by making false, misleading statements about what the charity was doing in order to solicit donations. 2. The completionist stole donations that were supposed to go to the Open Hand Foundation. And 3. The revenue generated by the golf tournament run by Gerard's family was not being sent to the Open Hand Foundation. These are extremely serious allegations. And to be clear, when I made those allegations, I was being extremely serious. I wouldn't say these types of things.
Best case scenario is that the completionist showed a level of negligence never shown before in the running of a charity, as far as I'm aware. Like, spending a whole decade not checking whether or not the money you've raised has been donated to where you said it's going is a pretty big oopsie.
Without having a very good reason to do so. And now, finally, after almost an entire month, the completionist has responded, and his response is terrible. It's one of the worst videos I've ever seen. He is manipulative, he lies, he blames everyone else, he provides no relevant evidence, he misdirects, he constructs multiple strawman arguments, and best of all, he threatens legal action against me. Gerard seems to think that just saying you didn't do something means you didn't do it, regardless of whether or not you actually did. And if you say it with enough emotion, it must be true. Initially, this seemed to work, with all of his friends and sycophants exclaiming confidently on Twitter that he had done nothing wrong, and it was actually Mutahar and I that were the villains. Because you see, we aren't experts, and we don't know what we are talking about. I have to admit, when I made my previous videos, I kind of glossed over some of the evidence. I basically assumed that the fraud was so obvious I didn't need to explain. But evidently, this isn't the case. So in this video, I'm going
Yeah, see, these are the people that were, like, just waiting for there to be a response from the completionist. They could immediately say, ah, the completionist responds, he wins. Like, they just immediately jumped in support of the completionist response. No, like, explanation for how the completionist debunked everything. Just that. I've actually gotten some of these comments on my videos about this. People saying, oh, you're gonna be so sorry when you get sued. It's like, I'm gonna get sued by the completionist? Like, you actually think the completionist is gonna sue everybody who's talked about this, including those who have given commentary about it on the sidelines? Like, the people who are supporting the completionist here do not make the completionist look good from my perspective. Their arguments have not been good.
going to respond to Gerard and make it clear that he did in fact commit charity fraud. He did in fact embezzle donations, and the golf money is in fact still missing. And if he feels confident enough, or perhaps stupid enough to test my claims in court, I will happily oblige him. In this video, I'm going to break it all down, and I really hope you enjoy. Now a big thanks to this video's sponsor, Empires and Puzzles. Empires and Puzzles is a free—
Okay, I get it. Sponsor. Good spot. Yeah, it's a mobile game, okay.
First of all, I do need to mention that on the 29th of November, the Open Hand Foundation donated $600,000 to the AFTD. This is a really good thing, and it's great the money everyone else had entrusted to Gerard over—
This money only got donated because of all of this drama, by the way, and yet people are trying to claim they were wrong for making the video, even though the money sat in there for 10 years and was donated a week after they made their video. Somehow them making the video was a bad thing. Don't buy it.
for the years is finally going to good use. This is a good start, and I hope the rest of the money that the Open Hand Foundation should have received gets donated as well. The opening 5 minutes of Gerard's video isn't the worst thing in the world. He distances himself completely from the golf tournament, which is probably wise, and he seems to apologize for providing misleading statements. Except he doesn't.
How is he separate from the golf tournament thing? I don't know how that makes sense, but I guess, okay.
Apologizes if you felt that you were misled, and he apologizes for making statements that were potentially misleading. Let's listen to what he has to say.
I'm disappointed that I was not more straightforward regarding the Foundation's timeline for making donations, and that I made statements potentially implying donations were made when they had not yet been. It took too long for clear action to occur.
I would say that listing a group of institutions you've quote-unquote worked with your charity, that you've in fact never worked with and never donated to, is a lot different from saying things that might give the impression you'd worked with organizations you hadn't. Like, I don't know, man. Like, he was like, we've worked with this foundation and this organization and this organization and this organization. It's like, but then turns out there's no records of ever having been donated to those organizations until they made their video and he donated to one of those organizations.
And I apologize for all of this. But such inaction was not done for any selfish or malicious reasons. Most importantly, I want to apologize to anyone who ever donated over the years who felt they were wronged or led astray by any of this.
Gerard is trying to address my first claim, that he made misleading statements and thus committed charity fraud. Gerard does not take much responsibility or own up to this in any significant way. Instead, he says he made claims that were potentially implying that donations were made, and that he was disappointed because he wasn't straightforward enough about the timeline. But let's look at what Gerard actually said.
My father, my brother, and I started a foundation called the Open Hand Foundation that raises money for dementia research and treatment for organizations all over the world. We're soon going to be partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association, currently working with the University of San Francisco.
So at least he says, we're going to be working with the Alzheimer's Association. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Saying you're going to do a thing doesn't necessarily mean you're lying if that falls through. To be fair. Obviously, with charity stuff, it's a little bit more iffy. But then he goes on to say, we are working with.
I'm going to be partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association, currently working with the University of San Francisco.
Not true.
And we're kind of one of their main funding support partners.
Not true.
Going into all of this.
He said in 2020 that he was currently one of the main funding support partners of the University of San Francisco. This lie is so batshit insane, it's impressive. And keep in mind, the Open Hand Foundation has never given
remember, no financial contributions have been made until after the video was made. This clip is from far before the video by Carl Jobst and the video by Muda was made. So he's just lying here. This isn't like, oh, you could interpret it a certain way. That's just saying a thing that didn't happen. The best case scenario is he thinks it happened, but like he's been misled. But that's like an insane amount of charitability. I have every reason to be charitable to the completionist, guys. I have every single reason to be charitable to him. Every reason to have my bias in favor of him. But the numbers just don't line up, guys. The numbers just don't line up. The logic doesn't make sense.
Single dollar to the University of San Francisco. This lie implies many things. It doesn't just mean they give money to the USF, it means they give so much money that it's one of their main funding support partners. It means that Gerard has to know exactly how much money the Open Hand Foundation is giving. He has to know how much money other entities are giving, and then he has to compare the two to conclude that his contribution...
Yeah, he outright claimed that he was one of, like, the primary financial support for that institution. That's not just, like, claiming we've supported them or worked with them. That's making a claim about how effective your financial support has been. That's hard to claim was the result of, like, not knowing or being out of the loop. He had to have been lied to, best case scenario. Best case scenario, he was outright lied to by someone on his team. Best case scenario, the most charitable best case scenario you can have for him here.
Are large enough to substantiate the use of the word main. This lie cannot happen by accident. And the funny thing about this lie is that right before it, he says they will soon be working with the Alzheimer's Association. This is funny because in this clip from 2020, he name drops two organizations that still to this day have not received a single penny. And of course, we know that Gerard was also saying he worked with organizations big and small across the entire world.
we just every year we try to raise as much money as possible, and then we go work with Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've like worked with big and small organizations across the board.
Raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
And my dad has been working hard over these last, I'd say last decade or so, working with so many organizations to raise money for dementia research, prevention, helping families and people who've been affected by dementia.
No reasonable person can take this any other way than by thinking that the Open Hand Foundation was giving these organizations money, because the simple fact is...
Isn't there also, there's 50,000 still missing from the golf tournament funds, right? Like, even because it was like 650,000 unaccounted for as far as we know so far, and 600K was donated. Isn't there still an extra 50K that is unaccounted for here?
Is that the Open Hand Foundation doesn't do anything else. They are simply a middleman, taking money from the fans of the completionist and moving it to a more worthwhile entity. It's literally their only job, and Gerard was always using past and current tense, not future tense. This isn't not being straightforward about the timeline, it's lying about the timeline. And not only did Gerard lie about giving money or being associated with charities, he lied about what the charity was doing. Listen to this.
We are raising money for dementia research and treatment, more specifically helping families and those loved ones who've been affected by early onset dementia and who are learning how their lives are going to be changing forever, what tools and what necessities they're going to need as they go forward taking care of their loved ones.
These are very, very specific claims, and they are complete fabrications. He is lying out of his ass, and he did this constantly.
Essentially, we're raising money for dementia research and prevention, specifically for people, for families rather, who just found out that a loved one of theirs has been affected by dementia, in terms of getting the correct care, the right doctor, so on and so forth. Raising money for dementia research. We're trying to help those who are affected by Alzheimer's, all types of dementia, and beyond. Specifically, families who have just found out that a loved one has dementia, and the next steps that are taken to help them transition from the shock of it all to the next steps of getting in-house care and so much more.
Gerard lied about giving money, Gerard lied about working with organizations, and Gerard lied about how the charity was helping victims of dementia. And
he goes into so much detail with his claims about what the charity has done. It's impossible to say that he didn't know. It's impossible for him to have just been told this stuff. If somebody lied to him behind the scenes, wouldn't he have already said that by now? And said, yeah, someone lied to me behind the scenes. They've since been fired. I don't know, man. It's a bad look. It's a bad look for our boy.
Was using those lies to solicit donations. This is the textbook definition of charity fraud. Britannica states that charity fraud is a type of fraud that occurs when charitable organizations that solicit funds from the public for philanthropic goals, such as seeking cures for diseases, solicit donations in a deceptive manner, or use the monies that they collect for purposes not intended by the donors. I have definitively shown that Gerard was deceptive and thus have already proven he committed charity fraud. But what about using money in a way not intended by the donors? Let's investigate that claim. Now, I never used the word embezzled in any of my videos, but Gerard kept bringing it up, and he was adamant that he had not embezzled any money.
Saying that we are fraudsters, that what we are doing is illegal and constitutes charity fraud, that we are using my dead mother's name to potentially embezzle money and steal is categorically false.
For those who don't know what embezzlement means, it's simple. It means theft or misappropriation of funds placed in one's trust. With the power of math, I concluded that money from bits, subs, and merch raised by Indieland wasn't going to the Open Hand Foundation. And not only that, this means all the bits, subs, and all of that extra revenue that Gerard promised us would go to Open Hand wasn't sent over either. This is a pretty specific claim. I mean, how on earth would I know that if I was using bad math and missing information, as Gerard asserts?
And these accusations are the result of bad...
Is there not going to be a audit? One thing I've noticed is the completionist seems really spooked by the idea of there being an IRS audit of his charity. But an audit would be the best thing for him if he's done no wrong. If the IRS literally comes out and says, yep, no wrong was done, then he's good. The IRS is... So, getting audited on this, while it's a pain in the ass, would be the ultimate exonerator. No one would be able to argue he wasn't in the right. So it seems weird that he's so worried about getting an audit.
math and missing information.
And yet, I was correct, and Gerard admitted this in his response.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs. So to say the money is missing is simply wrong.
This was shocking to me. Does Gerard not understand that he is admitting to embezzlement here? To be clear, a charity using donations to cover expenses isn't illegal. It's totally normal and common. But that's not what Gerard did. Gerard lied to the public and said that this money was going to charity and that he wasn't touching any of it.
You can do bits, you can do subs, you can actually donate money. If you are more like, I want a material thing, you can do a shirt, you can do a coin, it all goes to charity, it's all great.
Bits, subs, YouTube memberships, or YouTube super chats, anything that supports us is going to the foundation at the very end. As a reminder, all bits and subs, including Amazon Primes, go towards the charity as well. So it's all a pass through, all going for a good cause.
Gift subs, memberships on YouTube, super chats, all that goes to the charity as well. And hey, if you want to get a t-shirt, all of the...
Oof. There's not really much ambiguity there. He's pretty explicitly saying all the money from all the donations during these streams goes to the charity, and that none of it, by implication, would be going to, like, any costs that don't involve the running of the charity.
Proceeds from the shirt also go to charity.
Your primes, your gift subs, your bits, donations, all go to charity. We don't take any of it. Bits and subs on Twitch, memberships, super chats on YouTube, all goes to the cause. If you want to buy an Indieland t-shirt, you can totally do that. And for the folks who are in attendance, you can actually go buy one from the lobby, so please go do that. All the proceeds and all those things do go to charity. We don't touch any of it.
Hey, all bits, all subscriptions, and all donations go directly to charity. We're taking none of it. It's all for a good cause.
Gift subs...
That's a... Ooh, damn.
Memberships on YouTube, super chats, all that goes to the charity as well. And everything on stream today, whether you're donating bits or subs or donations towards any goals via the Tiltify account, if you buy a t-shirt, anything like that, all the money goes towards dementia research. We make none of it. It all goes for the good cause. All bits, all donations, all super chats, all YouTube memberships, basically anything that's tied to donating or subscribing in a financial way to us is going to charity. We're not touching any of it. It's all going to our good cause. As a reminder, guys, all bits, subs, donations, Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming subs, and t-shirt sales all go to charity. So we touch none of it. It all goes for a good cause.
Where all the donations and bits subscriptions that are happening on stream today all go towards the charity. If you buy a t-shirt, if you buy our challenge coin, that also all goes to charity.
All subs during this stream for the next 3 or 4 days go towards the foundation. All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with the people who do need the money. If you want to buy a t-shirt, you should buy a t-shirt. All the proceeds go there. Bits, subs, gift subs, super chats, memberships, anything financially involved with the show goes to dementia research.
And all the money that we are raising, whether you are giving us bits, whether you're giving us subs, whether you're buying t-shirts or pins or whatever the hell we're selling, anything and everything in between, all proceeds are going to charity. Gift subs to other people. You can buy subs for yourself. You can give bits. All of that goes to charity.
I wish these were dated. I don't really know if it matters that it's dated, considering the call-out videos by Mutahar and Carl are all, like, 2 weeks old at this point, and I don't believe any of these clips could have come from after that point, or, like yeah, these clips all exist prior to the call-out videos, and his claims now that are contradictory to what he's saying here.
You can buy a t-shirt. We have a challenge coin that can legally be considered a weapon. If you throw it, it's very heavy. All of this stuff is going to charity. Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
And not only did Gerard say this many times, it was
I had a tungsten gold-plated Lord of the Rings ring replica when I was a kid. It was like $300. And it was like tungsten, so it was like super fucking heavy. Like you hold this ring, and it's way heavier than you expect it to be, which really helps for like the ring of power thing. But God, I wish I still had that. I lost it in the hurricane. I know, of all things, but it was literally one of my prized possessions with this perfect replica ring of power. It was made of tungsten and had a very light gold plating on the outside for that like actual authentic gold like look. Yeah, there was a hurricane, and I lost a lot of small things in that hurricane, unfortunately. House flooded up to the knees. It wasn't fun.
plastered on screen during the entire event for multiple years. What you need to understand is that
16.
Gerard isn't a charity. He is an individual. When you give a bit or a sub to his Twitch channel, you aren't giving money to charity. You're giving money to Gerard. Gerard said, "Give me money in the form of bits and subs, and I will give that money to charity." He told his fans and people that look up to him, "Entrust your hard-earned money to me, and I will give all of that money to the Open Hand Foundation." But you know...
Yeah, dude. This is a pretty solid response, man. I don't know. This is a pretty solid response. I feel like we've seen enough for the segment. I honestly want to make sure that you guys go and watch the rest on your own, because I don't want to siphon viewers off of Carl's video. I feel like we've seen enough to pretty solidly say, I think I don't want to support the completionist anymore, personally, with what I've learned. I feel like based off of what we've seen so far, it is not unreasonable to say there's probably some sussy shit going on with the completionist and this charity stuff. At least that's what I think. But, hey. I'm really curious to see the comments on this one. I feel like people have to be way more open to the idea that there's something sus going on behind the scenes here now. With, like, the clear proving of Gerard just seemingly lying. The lying's not a good sign. It's really not a good sign. But hey, we'll see how this unfolds. I have a feeling this is far from over. Alrighty. What do you guys think? I feel like that segment came out really good. Make sure to go to Carl Jope's video when that video comes out as a segment. Click on the link in the description and the pinned comment to go to Carl Jope's video and send support. I'll go ahead and drop the link right now in chat so you guys can go send some support now. Remember, guys, if you're watching right now and you want to support me, consider dropping a like, subscribing, ring the bell icon, donating, gifting a sub, hell, even buying merch. You can do that through the link in the description. If you do that... Oh, wait, wrong video. That's actually a different video I'm covering in a moment. Wrong link. I'm sorry. This is the link you want. This link. That's the next segment we're covering, which has to do with Boogie. That's right. We're talking about Boogie 2988 in the next segment. Zan, what would you do if you had collabed with the completionist before? I'd be very upset. I'd probably just have the same... I'd probably be even more scathing. Because, like, at this point, I would not want to have my reputation tied to somebody like the completionist. Just personally, I don't feel like this is going to end well for him.
Stephen Williams.
Like, YouTubers who are, like, putting their neck on the line to defend the dude, I personally would not be on their side. Yeah, I lost it in the river, just like Boromir, too. I lost it in the water. And my house flooded. Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So this is going to be a bit of a weirder segment than usual, but I actually think it's relatively related to this realm of politics. You see, how many of you guys have heard of a detestable website by the name of Kiwi Farms? Now, as much as I hate the website, I won't deny that not everybody on the site is like an evil Nazi. There are people on there that like to just harass animal abusers and actual legit pedophiles, but that doesn't really change the fact the site is like pretty much founded upon and pretty much just infested with bigotry, right? Most of the people on, well, maybe, I don't know if I'd say most, but like it is most known at least for being a hive of making up rumors and doxing and stalking people who are part of marginalized groups that happen to have an internet presence. Well, for those of you guys that don't know, this website originates from a board centered around stalking and harassing someone named Chris Chan. And the people who frequent these forums call themselves milkers, or like I think they call themselves milkers, right? I think that's the term. Or farmers, I think is the term. And the people who are harassed by the forum are referred to as lol cows. Now, there used to be a time when this phrasing and this type of culture was actually pretty relegated to a dark, dank corner of the internet like Kiwi Farms, 4chan, 8chan, right? However, in recent years, we've started to see the rise in this Kiwi Farms culture spreading to the rest of the internet. A couple years ago, the term lolcow was almost entirely used by Nazis, but now it's pretty much spread to being used by everybody online. Consumption of the type of content that like used to be exclusive to internet stalkers is now seen as like a pretty normal mainstream thing outside of the left. I know in the left it is not, but trust me, outside of the left, watching the Chris Chan documentary is not seen as weird. It's not seen as like wrong or problematic. Like obsessing over that kind of shit even is not seen as problematic outside of the left, which is concerning to me. And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that at its core, the whole lolcow thing has kind of been centered around the idea of watching someone on the internet who you view as destined to fail and trying to like be there for the train wreck. Like you think there's going to be a train wreck on the horizon and you want to be there to see it. And that motivation is not exclusive to weirdos on the deepest, darkest corners of the internet. And now there's this like weird community of people who want to feed into that sensation, into that desire from these people without like having to be in these like relegated corners of the internet. And I think one of the people who has been sort of like the nexus of a lot of this cultural shift has been a YouTuber by the name of Boogie2988. Now, I have followed Boogie for about as long as one could have followed a YouTuber. He's just been one of those big YouTubers you've always known about, at least for me. And I'm going to be honest with you, though, Zan, my opinion on Kiwi Farms has remained the same as it has been for many years now. There's nothing worthwhile about this site at all. Yeah, there's nothing worthwhile about it. I just think it's worth acknowledging that I think it's worth evaluating the site in the most accurate way possible. And while it's easy for me as someone who's literally been harassed by the site, or people on the site before, to just say it's nothing but a den of like Nazi stalkers, while that is what it is mostly, in my experience, and that is what should define the platform, in my opinion, I don't think it's like against your principles or values to acknowledge that there are aspects of the platform that aren't that. I know that there are people online right now that are trying to claim otherwise, but regardless. To be clear, I'm not defending Kiwi Farms. I'm simply pointing out like a accurate assessment of what the platform is like, because it's valuable to know what this platform is like to understand how the sickness, the poison that has come from it is spreading. Have you guys heard about this podcast that Keemstar has started up, the lolcow podcast? This is a good example of the phenomenon I'm talking about. Like mainstream YouTubers like entering this sort of like community and kind of normalizing it, right? I don't know if there's any way to stop it. I don't know how you stop it, but I know how you should talk about it, because I've been the target of these like mobs of people before. And the reason I want to talk about Boogie specifically is that I followed the Boogie stuff pretty closely, and as far as I can tell, he hasn't really done anything overwhelmingly outright objectively immoral. Does that like vibe with you guys? Maybe I'm missing something, but through all my experience, the things Boogie has done wrong that have upset the internet have been like cringe or like just kind of weird. I don't know. It's just, thank you for revealing yourself in chat, random hate commenter. Like, yeah, it's just, it bothers me. Because, like, Boogie doesn't seem to have done anything overwhelmingly wrong, worth, like, having a lot of hate. it just seems like he's squandered a lot of good opportunities, and people think he's cringe, and this has just allowed people an environment in which it feels like even the most horrific behavior towards the guy is justified, you know? I think the worst thing he's probably done was firing that warning shot. To be fair, I come to think of it, firing that warning shot was pretty bad. I unironically think he would have been better off if he just straight up shot Frank Hassel right there. Like, I actually think he would have been in less legal trouble, too, if he just straight up shot Frank Hassel right then and there. Yeah. I actually don't think he would have... yeah, the warning shot was the problem, because he fired it in the air. Yeah, for those who don't know, a, like, weirdo alt-righter troll went to Boogie's house and was, like, slamming on the door, like, fucking shoot me! Kill me already, motherfucker! You fucking pussy! And then Boogie came out with his, like, roommate's gun and then, like, fired it in the air to scare him off in the middle of, like, a residential neighborhood in a school zone. So, yeah. Really, I think Boogie did death by 1,000 cuts thing where he didn't do anything illegal or harmful, but did too many cringe stuff to take away a lot of people's goodwill. Yeah, I think that's probably, like, the main thing. And so, like, people kind of assume he must deserve it at this point, it feels, right? But I'm genuinely, like, I actually would love to see a redemption arc for Boogie. Not that I think he's done anything, like, that morally bad, just, like, I'd like to see Boogie be redeemed in the eyes of the internet. Not for the internet's satisfaction, because it would obviously be best for him. I would love to see Boogie just absolutely, like, overhaul his life and make all of his content about, like, self-improvement. Because at this point, like, most people who watch him are just watching him, like, who watch him sincerely are watching him in desperate hopes that it'll improve his life. And I frankly would like to see him do it. I'm rooting for him. I know he's done cringe shit and said cringe shit and all that, and like, he's very clearly shown he doesn't want help. But I still root for him. I still want to see the best come out of it. And recently a YouTuber named The Gamer from Mars, not to be confused with Sophie from Mars, put out a video called, Can Boogie2988 Actually Make a Comeback? And as a YouTuber who has many times been mega canceled, like right now, I'm in a cancel cycle where I've lost, like, what, 1,000 subs in the last week over not being friends with someone. I have been in some crazy cancel cycles. The sex cult drama had a very similar cause, and I've been able to recover from all of them, just as I'll recover from this one. And I feel like I've got a decent amount of experience to be able to say, here is how someone can go from being, like, maligned as fuck to being, like, realized to as not being, like, worth dunking on or shitting on in the broad majority of people's eyes. I think Boogie could absolutely make a comeback, and I think the way to do so would be through fitness content. If Boogie did content primarily about, like, his fitness and improving himself, I think that would be hardcore. I super disagree with you. He's playing a character and his whole thing is an op to get money. Demon Mama did a whole thing showcasing the expenses in his documentary. Don't add up at all. It's all just an act. You know, Demon Mama's actually the person who I trust the most on this shit, because Demon Mama's Drama Mama segments are very, very in-depth and very well researched. So if Demon Mama says that there's, like, some pretty sussy shit going on, I am inclined to believe her. I am very inclined to believe her. She's very receipt heavy with these things. Yeah. I actually had a very pleasant convo with Demon Mama today. Very, very pleasant convo.
Better known online as Boogie2988, has recently become the subject of a great deal of discussion. He's been on the internet since practically its inception, with his public image transforming over time from the Mr. Rogers of YouTube to a sad husk of his former public persona. If you've clicked on this video, you most likely don't need me to recap his history. There are countless other videos dedicated to doing exactly that. From a feud with Frank Hassel leading to Steven's arrest to going broke with crypto, suffice to say there's a lot...
So apparently he did, like... Oh, the video isn't up. My bad. Sorry, sometimes I forget to switch the scenes because it has to be done manually. One day it'll be done automatically, and we streamers will have a way easier job. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, dude. Knowing what that person told me about Demon Mama calling out the discrepancies in the financial audit they did at Boogie, that suggests some stuff to me. Because to be fair, Boogie is the guy known for playing a character on the internet, and it wouldn't surprise me if he was also playing one now. Like, there are two ways that Boogie could theoretically make a good amount of money. This a pity party character, or improving his life for the better and making people resubscribe and come to his channel because they want to see him improve himself instead of destroy himself. That's a possibility. But honestly, after hearing the thing that Demon Mama has said, I'm inclined to believe that it might be a character. I don't know. I followed the Boogie stuff pretty closely, but Demon Mama's got the receipts, okay? I trust her when she says something about someone.
A lot of ground to cover here. What I'd instead like to focus in on is what has been happening in his life and career in recent times, and explore if he'll be able to make a comeback. You see, despite the relevance of his channel dwindling over the years, Boogie has seen a renewed growth in public interest recently. In fact,
that renewed growth in public interest has been drama clicks being farmed by mostly right-wing figures, unfortunately. Whose video are we watching? The Gamer from Mars. I'll be linking his video in a moment. We're not watching the whole thing, obviously, because I want people to go watch the full original video. But I want to use it as sort of a bounce point for discussion. Something I've noticed about Boogie's videos is that he's clearly desperate for views. The whole it's weird how many topics he's covering that are just all over the place. And it just kind of comes off as weird because that's not what Boogie is known for as far as his content. Boogie right now, the type of content people want to be seeing from him is either self-improvement content or, if anything, more Francis videos. If he went back to doing the Francis character that he blew up off of, maybe that would bring a lot of people back. But besides that, I think a lot of people want to see self-improvement. He's working with Keemstar on the Lolcow podcast. I think it's a terrible idea. I know that he's probably going to make money off of it, but what Boogie is doing is giving water to the people who have dehumanized him for years and essentially just playing into the whole I'm a Lolcow thing, and just whether it's a character or not, just letting the internet slide its dick down his throat in exchange for a paycheck. It's not good to see, dude.
Incredibly intelligent people have dubbed this new era we're living in the Boogie-sance. This is due in no small part to filmmaker Mike Klum, who in October released his documentary titled The Dark...
I haven't seen this documentary. I really don't take joy in this type of content or this type of internet shit. It's not my cup of tea. I tried to get into the Chris Chan documentary because I was curious and I wanted to do research for my segment talking about the right weaponizing the story that happened with her to shit on trans people. And I got 5 episodes in and was just wow, they weren't kidding when they said this is the most documented person in history. I can't do this. And I had to get a Cliff Notes version because it's what is the best way to describe it? You know how there are people that are into those movies that are torture porn? I don't know how else to call it, but you know how there are those true crime movies that are that are basically torture porn, right? And people watch that shit and they claim it's not because of some weird thing that they have going on with them, but it's because they see some sort of unique artistic value in the medium, and maybe they do, but it just kind of always came off as weird. I guess Saw is a good example. Yeah, Saw. It kind of reminds me of that shit. Where does anybody really feel good coming out of that, or is it just content made to feed into negative emotion and to satisfy a negative emotion by feeding the fire with more? I don't know. It always came off as just such a downer.
Dark, sad life of Boogie 2988. The project featured Klum as he followed Boogie over the course of a few months, showcasing the life of a fading internet star. This gave an unprecedented look into his day-to-day existence, most notably his finances.
I think my net worth is 0. Once you pull the equity out of the house, get rid of the house debt, sell off all my collectibles, and pay off all my debts, I think that puts me at $0.
While discussing all the steps he took to get to this point, Steven told Klum about his past.
I don't know if I even can believe that, dude. I like, now that like, unless he really gambled and really spent on sex workers, which is the claim of how he like completely fucked his finances. Dude, I said this recently in response to Jimmy Dore referring to himself as blue collar, but I'm a YouTuber. I've seen how much YouTubers make. I'm friends with other YouTubers. I'm friends with YouTubers who are millionaires that are far smaller than Boogie was at his peak. Far smaller than Boogie was at his peak. During a time back then, during his peak, when YouTube made more money. Like, YouTube videos, like, the adpocalypse hadn't happened yet, dude. It was a different time.
Addiction to hiring sex workers, spending around $200,000 on them over the course of 4 years.
Apparently he lost a lot on crypto, yeah, I guess, but God, like, how, I don't believe that he would go all in. Like, I don't believe he would go all in on crypto. I would, like, even if I had 100% chance of winning a bet, I would still only bet, like, an amount I'm comfortable losing. You know, like, I don't know, man. Like, you just, no matter how sure you are, you never do that. I don't know. Is Vosh really that rich? I didn't say it was Vosh. I don't know if Vosh is a millionaire. But I know YouTubers that definitely are millionaires that are much smaller than Boogie was at his peak, that are smaller than Jimmy Dore. Like, you don't have to be, like, a million sub YouTuber to be a millionaire. It depends on how you monetize, but, like, I can see a YouTuber with, like, 300k subs being able to pull $1 million in a year if they're really smart.
And all of this happened while his house was not even paid off. It was already public knowledge that Boogie at one point in his life enjoyed paying for the company of women, but this shed a new light on the sheer extent of it.
Sleeping with Boogie is one of the reasons I quit sex work.
But the aspect of
Man, that's... Yeah. Woo! That's a rough thing to have ever had said about you. Damn. Yikes.
Of the documentary most relevant to modern day was the information revolving around Boogie's girlfriend, Dez. This relationship has courted controversy for one simple reason. Boogie is 49 years old and Dez is 20. This was not new information, and the couple had revealed their relationship status to the world several months prior.
It's not bad, but it's
this
definitely
spawned a new wave of scrutiny that would soon
iffy.
come to haunt them. In the days leading up to the documentary release, Boogie was incredibly...
Well, I don't think it's, like, predatory or pedophilic to date somebody who's got, like, a significant age gap below you, but it's still legal. I do still think that, like... Guys, I'm 24 now, and I look at my 21-year-old self as, like, a very different person than who I am now as far as maturity. And it's like a 49-year-old and a 20-year-old have a lot of maturity gap between them. And it makes it hard for me to believe that there's anything more to the relationship than just gold digging, basically. You know? Does that make sense? Like, I can't see there being more to the relationship than just the obvious.
Outspoken about his excitement for it, posting multiple videos and countless tweets on the subject. He seemed to view it as an opportunity to own up to everything he had done wrong in his life and start anew, free from the baggage and turmoil he had struggled with for years.
What
and
gold?
When it was uploaded...
What gold? I mean, if you're to believe what Demon Mama said, the numbers just don't add up on, and I believe what Demon Mama said, the numbers just don't add up on the financial audit Boogie did. Like, by the sounds of it, he might actually have money, and he's lying about not having it.
It certainly did put his name back into the mouths of many internet users, earning over 4 million views as of the time of writing. Along with this fresh start came a new...
Like, I get that he went through a divorce, gambling, sex worker addiction, all that stuff, but, like, Bro has over 4 million subs on YouTube, if I remember correctly, and it was going for over a decade pretty strong. It is hard to burn away that much savings, dude. Like, if I could make the amount of money that I, like, have made at my best on this channel for 10 years, I think I could probably save up enough to theoretically retire, not super comfortably, but, like, if I lived a modest life, I could probably retire after 10 years of, like, making my best income I've ever made on the channel in a month over the course of 10 years. And that is nowhere near how much Boogie has made in his best year. I don't know, man. Unless he literally just threw everything away. It's crazy to think that, and unless he continued to, like, go through his funds down to the last dollar, it's hard to believe, you know? I'm inclined to agree with Demon Mama. I don't know.
Business opportunity. For years prior to this, the
Does anyone have the clip from Demon Mama's thing? I'd actually like to see what she had to say about it. Demon Mama. I do like that all this drama with, like, Keffals is happening, and meanwhile the top video in my For You on Demon Mama's channel is the video from a year ago, because this all happened a year ago. Vosh goes nuclear on Shoe on Head, defends Demon Mama. God, this whole fucking drama with Keffals has been very reliant on just context decay. But hey, we don't complain. We move on. We do the no drama Farmerino. Has she uploaded a video on this? That was her Lego Fortnite stream. Illuminati. Holy Mackerel. Kissinger dead. Bosch vs. TJ Kirk. Did she do it in the most recent VOD? Oh, you got a link for me? Drama, the Boogie documentary is an unethical mess. Hell yeah. I haven't seen this video. I need to watch this one. I hate to skip through Demon Mama, but this is 2 hours and 40 minutes, because as I said, Demon Mama brings the fucking receipts, bro. When does she do the financial breakdown? This seems like it could be it. Maybe?
Jobs in my life, I really should give job advice. Especially because
of
how much success I had in sales. Anyway, whatever, let's continue.
By the way, small shout out, me and Demon Mama will soon be starting our podcast. The first episode will be done in person, right there behind me. In my studio, on a couch that I've yet to buy because I gotta buy a couch. But we're currently in the works on the final preparations for that podcast, so pretty dope shit.
Next 3 months.
I'm not sure when it comes to the felony, we would have to seek corporate approval for that sort of charge.
This is over the warning shot thing. Does anyone know the timestamp? I would watch this all if I wasn't on stream, but I want to show a very particular bit. Ugh. $400,000 viewers purchased the flight. Okay, is this the financial bit? Okay. All right, here this seems to be the bit. This seems to be the part.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
So since you guys were here last, I did have a bit of a windfall, which bought me some time here in this house.
You said it was soon, literally a year ago. To be fair, I did not expect my move to Washington to be as tumultuous as it ended up being. I ended up having to, like, delay my moving into a permanent residence by a year. And my old place, while it was good, it wasn't exactly big, and it wasn't exactly set up well for the purposes of the podcast and stuff. And the point I was at in my life wasn't exactly as stable as it is now. So now is a far better time to do the podcast, as I mentioned before, in my house in Seattle, as opposed to like when I was staying in a temporary rental. Things were a little bit stressful, had a lot of stuff going on. I was constantly busy. Now I have the time in my life to dedicate to a podcast, as well as the resources to dedicate to starting the podcast the best way possible.
The problem with that is I spent more than 10,000.
They didn't even cover his lessons and his flight.
Oh.
They didn't even cover the medical expenses or the food. Dude, wait, 2,000 on meals, bro? What?
That's an insane amount. What?
2,000
like,
on meals?
even a week.
Hold on a second.
Can you even DoorDash that in a week? $2,000 on food. Like dog, there's been weeks where I was lazy and spent like a whole week doing nothing but ordering DoorDash. Like you would have to order 5 times as much as I did that week off of DoorDash over the course of like, no, you'd have to order more. Dude, listen, I get he's a big guy, but like you could only accomplish this by eating out at like expensive restaurants and getting delivery and tipping. How much you tipping? I tip at least $5 per mile, but I live in Seattle, so everything's like a mile away, so it usually just ends up being $5 or $6. But yeah, like, dog, I don't even know. That doesn't feel real. $2K on food? That's more than most people's rent in many places. That's actually insane. Is Seattle walkable? It is quite walkable, but like walking with groceries or walking with food, it can be a little bit much. It's what I choose to do more often now, but yeah.
Something's not adding up here. Hold on a second. He spent as much on meals as he did on 2 MRIs?
MRIs. Oh, MRIs, yeah.
Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Something's wrong here.
Yeah.
Something's very wrong here.
That is a good
point.
point.
Come the fuck on. We're getting bullshitted. We're getting punked.
How did boxing lessons cost less than a week of meals?
Getting that.
Okay, maybe the 2K in meals could account for his food while training. Maybe he changed his diet while training and had to and he's accounting for the cost of, or maybe he literally has no idea how much he spent on food and he's ballparking shit. He might actually just be ballparking amounts and he actually has no idea how much in food he eats. Because maybe he doesn't need to budget it. If he's as broke as he is, you'd think he'd know down to the dollar how much he spends on food.
Fight together. So by the time all that was done, all I did was
putting the fucking gloves and wraps on here and the boxing shorts on here next to $2,000 in meal costs, next to $2,000 in physical therapy, next to the flight that they didn't cover. Isn't that saying each MRI was $500? Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? He got
like an ambulance ride costs $500. I don't know.
He got swindled here.
Put that $10,000 back into savings. Being in the new relationship is great, but
I don't believe these numbers at all. I don't believe these numbers at all. This part right here is the part that sold it to me. Not just the funny food numbers and the, for some reason, putting $5 at the arcade on here. This is what sold it to me. These numbers are fucking, there's something wrong here, okay? Something wrong.
What is it?
Can't help pay a $2,200 mortgage.
$2,200 mortgage? Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Mortgages tend to be cheaper than rent, right? I've known people who've had to pay mortgages on nicer houses than Boogie's. That's insane. That's a lot of money for a monthly mortgage, right? He claims he took out a second mortgage on his house, right? Could it be that, like, he took it out in a time where, like, rates were really unforgiving, but even that, maybe it's because it's a second one. Maybe his credit score's super low, so they ask more. I don't know. The highest mortgages go up to is $1,400, and we're talking like not the nicest house ever. It's a house. It's like a maybe 3-bedroom, 2-bath house by the looks of it, from what I've seen of it, in Arkansas. Not exactly like the highest cost of living in America.
Okay, let's go through my monthly bills for a second. My health insurance is $800. I have $500 worth of medical bills.
Believable.
I have $500.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm so sorry. If his income is this low, he qualifies for Medicaid. Especially, wait a minute. Not only does he qualify for Medicaid, he qualifies for disability.
Why is he not on government assistance? Yeah. He claims that when he first started YouTube, he was on government assistance. He's claiming he's making no money. How does he not qualify for government assistance? You can qualify for government assistance of some kind with a surprisingly high income. Like, I was literally, what's the term for it? Admissible to a program in California that paid for like half your groceries back when I had like 40K subs. You know, like you can, like I wasn't making like awful money then. Like I was making enough to survive, but even then I was making little enough that the state of California would be willing to pay for half my groceries if I went through with that like program. So like, yeah, Boogie should absolutely be like capable of filing for some form of government assistance. His house has also gained like 250K over the time he's lived in it, Sanderhall. He says that he won't sell it because he wants to let it grow in value. Something that someone this supposedly poor would not say. Yeah, well, you can't really sell it for much profit if you haven't paid off the mortgage, right? If you still owe a bunch on the mortgage to a house, selling it's not really a good option, right? Like you're basically giving up your relatively guaranteed shelter that you kind of own, but not really own because you're paying a mortgage and you could get it foreclosed if you don't. I don't know. The median monthly mortgage payment in Arkansas is $1,147. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I have seen mortgages for houses that are really nice so low, they made me upset at how much I paid rent. Like how much I paid for rent at some points. Like mortgages can be so much more forgiving than rent. It's just harder to get access to the house, like a house that you own.
I pay for doctor's visits, physical therapies, labs constantly. I still have to pay for the car that I drive. I still have to pay for car insurance. I still have to pay for health insurance. Diablo 4 came out. I had to buy it.
You had to buy it? Dog, why are you not pirating games?
Final Fantasy.
Oh my god, this is a joke.
This
Saying
is a
Diablo
meme, yeah.
4 and Final
really?
Fantasy 16 next to your health insurance, medical. This is a joke. We're getting punked. We are getting punked.
Yeah.
Punked.
Yeah.
16 came out. I had to buy it. Tears of the Kingdom.
There's no way he's not self-aware. There's no way he's not self-aware. I agree with Demon Mama wholeheartedly on this.
Kingdom came out. I had to buy it. That's $400 worth of video games right there. But if you take out all of it, you take it out. All I eat is sandwiches every day. All I do is sit.
So I guess with the knowledge we have now, the real question is, does Boogie deserve redemption on this platform? Does he deserve to regain some level of his previous status? Because, yeah, I kind of am leaning on Demon Mama's side here that this all might just be a character and like an unironically fake pity party that he's throwing for the sake of getting pity donations. Like, he might have just reached advanced e-begging. I don't know. Listen, if you guys want to go finish the original videos, because I am not here to restream them in their entirety, here is the link to the Gamer from Mars video, which kind of breaks down whether or not he thinks that Boogie could really make a comeback on this platform. And of course, here is a link to Demon Mama's coverage of the Boogie documentary, which we also showed here, because you should go send some support to Demon Mama. Go drop a like, go subscribe, go send the support to Roonies. Demon Mama's a good friend of the show. But with all that said, I'm really curious to see the comments on this one, because I lean on my like generally Like, I generally want to see happy endings come out of things, and so I'm leaning on wanting to see a happy ending, but I also am pretty smart in trusting Demon Mama's judgment on things, and she doesn't tend to say these things lightly. So if Demon Mama calls him sus, then I'm inclined to believe he might be a bit sus. Like, I've known Demon Mama's receipts and her positions in these things to be derived from pretty solid, like, foundations, so I'm really curious to see the discussion in the comments on this one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. I know it's not the most hyper-political segment, but I think the prevalence of this, like, lolcow culture spreading outside of, like, 8chan and Kiwi Farms is worth discussing on the left. Because, like, it's starting to get to the point where this kind of stuff is not exclusive to these, like, stalker forums, but it's starting to become, like, the thing that people do. Are you aware of Vash's recent video on Shuon Head? Yeah, it's literally titled, Shuon Head was right about something for once. That title's funny as fuck. Are you aware of Demon Mama's video titled Vash explodes at Shuon Head and defends Demon Mama? Like, are you aware of my video titled as such? Listen, I know you guys are trying the drama frog here, but my responses are on point, okay? I don't do things for no reason. Loverworm, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very based of you, very kind, really helps out. Says, I think most of the money the completionist took to the maintenance of his beard. We don't know if he took money. We don't know if he took money. But we know there's some fishy shit going on, and we know there's some very clear inconsistencies, probably lies, in his claims. Lord of the Beans, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Said, I live in Madison, Wisconsin, and on behalf of my city, I wanted to thank you for covering the Nazi march that took place here. Madison's hurting pretty bad right now. I'm really sorry to hear about the shit that's gone down due to the Nazi protests, but hey, I do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you for your support, and I'm glad that I was able to give some sort of vicarious satisfaction through discussing this awful thing that's happened in your community. Thank you for the $5. It really, really means a lot. Thank you for your support. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. Let me update the dono goal really fast. You guys are so kind, so supportive. I appreciate y'all so much. My beautiful little pog champs. Alrighty. And here is the part of the stream where I ask you guys, what segment do you want me to do? Oh shit, did I close my... Damn it, I didn't want to close that. Oh no, oh no, I didn't mean to close that fucking window. Am I stupid? Hold on a sec, chat. I gotta bring up all these tabs I keep open for stream again. How do I navigate to that again? Oh my god, whatever executive at YouTube decided it was a good idea to switch the position of the go-to channel and go to your Google, like, account buttons, whoever decided to switch those buttons around needs to be fired. It was possibly one of the worst decisions ever made by YouTube. I actually can't believe they thought it was a good idea. It's genuinely insane to me. How do I access the live page? There we go. There we go. Nice. Good memes. There we go. Nice, okay. I got the bare minimum things open now. God, I wish I hadn't closed that window. Xanderhall covered Gideon becoming a conservative Christian channel. Not new news, but sucks seeing a big creator do this. Wait, really? What? That's fucking weird. He deleted all of his videos? Okay, I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good topic. Thank you for that suggestion, Water. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, this is some fucking crazy developments. But apparently one of the largest content creators on YouTube right now has just straight up nuked his entire channel and rebranded into some kind of like right-wing Christian content. Like, he's deleted all of his videos. Gideon. The only 2 videos up on his channel now are Goodbye Gideon, Say Hello To, and Why I Deleted All My Videos. Both of them are almost 20 minutes long. Which one should we watch? Which one is, like, related to the, like, crazy shit he's rebranding over? Dude, it's so sad because we just saw him do this, like, relatively good, like, confrontation of EDP. Although, maybe that also hindered the ability to actually get him on anything. Former lesbian tells her truth about the LGTV community. Wow. Is oral sex a sin for Christians? Gideon calls out Christians for the Lil Nas X situation. How the world reacted to me deleting my videos. That's actually a good one. This is from 11 days ago. This is how people reacted to him deleting his videos and becoming a Christian channel. Dude, what the fuck? This is... I didn't even know about this. This is so weird. Okay, this is Zerka. This is like one of the Andrew Tate orbiters, so obviously he's going to be in support of it.
You're talking about optics. The optics that's messed up is that you be making pedo jokes and all these inappropriate jokes and stuff, but then you want to come at me. That's the optics that I can't see through. Those optics don't make any sense at all. All right, boys. So as you guys know, I made that video the other day, you know, deleting all my videos and whatnot. And from the little bit of social media that I saw, it really blew up. I think it was #1 trending on YouTube. It went viral. Everybody was like, yo, it went more viral than me saying I was turning my life to Christ. Like, weird. But I guess, you know, people needed a visual to really see, dang, he's serious about it. Even though
it really sucks how much Christianity like preys on the mentally ill online. A good example of how like Christians and just a lot of other religions utilize this kind of stuff. I think the best place to look is the religion that's the least good at hiding it, and that's Scientology. Yeah, Scientology is a cult, but so is every other religion. There's no difference. They're just, Scientology's newer. Scientology is known for this tendency to reach out to celebrities. Or hell, even find like children that are in their cult, put them through acting school if they seem promising, and try to like nepotism their way into being a massive celebrity. But they have a pretty strong track record of like hooking in famous celebrities and using them and their success and their popularity essentially as like PR for the religion or for the cult. Christianity does this in a very, this celebrity is a Christian and advocates for their church kind of way, and nobody really bats an eye at it. But then, and granted there should be way more people who bat an eye at this, but there's a fair amount more who do so. A lot of people will call out Tom Cruise for the fact that he is a living advertisement for Scientology. I absolutely do. But then when you've got Christian actors and celebrities who use their fame to push their beliefs onto their fans, like their religious beliefs onto their fans, like more traditional religions, whether it be Judaism, Islam, Christianity, you know, go down the list, right? It really seems like there's less of like a worry about big figures normalizing their beliefs when it comes to like Christianity and what Gideon's doing, when what he is doing is just the old world religion of what Scientology blatantly does by grooming celebrities into acting as living advertisements for their religion.
It wasn't for everybody. I was just making the video to show why I did it, because I wanted people to know And if people, you know, call themselves Christians, I just want them to know, like, you know, if they were influenced by me, hey, what I was doing was wrong. So if you're thinking about doing what I was doing, I need to give you this information. And I feel like the point got across greatly. And not only did the point get across.
I always like how the dudes like this who go full they tend to be like nerdy gamer dudes, and then they go full Christian, but they never go the type of Christian that calls Pokemon satanic or whatever, right? Like, what is the actual reason that this guy doesn't think that, like, Avatar and Mario is satanic? Because, like, you go back 30 years ago, that's what Christians thought. And it's because it's inconvenient for him to believe that his favorite pieces of media are somehow sinful to consume, something that Christians have demonized as sinful for a very long time. Like, how much you want to bet this guy will call interests that other people have that he doesn't? Like, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons. I'm assuming he doesn't play Dungeons and Dragons. Maybe he does, but for the sake of argument, let's assume he doesn't. How much you want to bet this guy would accuse Dungeons and Dragons of being satanic, despite the fact the same people accuse, like, Mario and Avatar and whatever the fuck else he's got Funko Pops up on his shelf behind him of being satanic and anti-godly in some way? Most people's decisions on what parts of their religion they choose to follow is based entirely on cherry picking and convenience.
Across greatly to all my subscribers and everything, but the point also got across greatly to my friends. So Asala, my main man, he made me a compilation of a bunch of influencers and celebrities.
Yeah, notice how a lot of these people don't turn to being Jehovah's Witnesses. I was friends with Jehovah's Witnesses growing up, and there were straight up games they weren't allowed to play. Mind you, we were, like, in our mid-teens. Like, we were 14, 15, 16, and we were friends, and they couldn't play Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor because in the game, you have ghost powers, and ghosts are sinful. Like, you can't acknowledge media with ghosts in it. And so they weren't allowed to, like, check out Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor because the whole wraith power mechanic. Like, none of these people will ever convert to that, because who the fuck wants to be not allowed to play, like, fun video games because they acknowledge, like, supernatural entities or whatever? Or talking animals. Talking animals are also not allowed. Obviously, the cherry picking is frequent, so if any of you have been in Jehovah's Witness families, you can probably attest to the fact that, like, some families are more strict about it than others. But, like, talking animals in movies, literally considered sinful by Jehovah's Witnesses. Like, watching a movie with a talking animal, not allowed. It's not even a joke. I'm not even joking. I'm not making it up. Time travel, sinful. So Back to the Future, not allowed. Yeah. No Sonic, yeah.
Reacted to me deleting my videos, and we're gonna react to that right
Blood
now, man. So
transfusions
shout out to
not
Asala, and let's get into it.
I don't think he deleted all his videos. I think he privated them. But ain't no way, bro.
So Kai's right. I didn't delete them. I privated them. But whenever I get some free time, I'm gonna go buy me a big SD thing, and I'm gonna just download all of them and put them on my SD, and then I'm gonna delete them off my channel.
Why would you save them if you don't stand by them anymore? What? Why would you save them?
So I tried to delete them, but when I was doing it on the other,
I really hope this is like a massive prank. It would be pretty crazy if, like, after 3 months of this, he just said, like, Lamau, just kidding, relisted everything and revealed this is, like, a massive troll. Archival purposes? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you just delete them.
Channels, it was just taking way longer. For some reason, like, it takes way longer to delete a video than it is to private it, and I was like, bro, I can't say
that. Is true. When you go to the YouTube, like, videos section, you can literally check one box to private, like, select 50 videos at a time and private them all at once. I don't know if that feature exists for deleting videos. I think you have to, like, click each individual video, click delete, and then verify you want to delete it with, like, an extra click. So I can see, like, if you had hundreds of videos or even, like, tens of videos, that being a little bit of a daunting thing when you could just private them.
For that long, so I just went on and private it. Same thing, because I mean, look at the word delete. Let's look at the definition of the word delete. Remove or obliterate. Did I not remove it? Did I not cut out? Did I not take out? Did I not expunge? Did I not eradicate? Did I not do these things, chat?
Okay.
Yes or no?
All right, we're being a little pedantic.
Wade. My man Wade.
Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? It's your boy, Jadion.
You're too old to be chilling at a playground like a goddamn black. What are you doing? There's always an...
Yeah, for those who don't know, Zerka's like racist right wing in like the Andrew Tate sphere, so it does not surprise me his like go-to response is just racism.
Optics issue with these kind of videos, like when Logan Paul's crying at a nice hotel.
Like, bro, Zerka, man, you see your brother in Christ better in his life, and you're fixated on the fact that I'm just sitting at a park making this video, bro. You're talking about optics. The optics that's messed up.
It is a pretty weak gotcha. It is interesting how many of the people calling him out are like in this like right-wing sphere. So he's actually dunking on right-wingers. Like most of these people are like in the like W Sneeko Andrew Tate orbit sphere.
Say some things about pranks. So this is from CollinsDictionary.com.
I mean, it ain't Webster's. It ain't Webster's. Listen, it ain't Webster's dictionary. Let me get it.
Hold on, but I was waiting for him to name drop, and I'm like, damn, why you gotta throw brother Josh under the bus? Now people are gonna come out. You're gonna come after brother Josh.
Yeah, brother Josh told me not to name drop him. He was like, well, you have a bunch of 12-year-olds trying to kill him.
Okay, dude, I don't know, man. It just seems like something I think a lot of you guys are going to have to realize when it comes to these like mainstream content creators that aren't super like into the lefty political stuff is that like you can never really know their politics. You can only like intuit based on the kind of shit they say, right? And I feel like there's been some clues that maybe Gideon has some fucked up politics. I never really wanted to like super hyper analyze because like I don't know. But I will say, it doesn't feel like this is a grift. Like, I think these are actually his true values. He's obviously bigoted. I mean, one of his videos is called God Save Me from LGBTQ. But he's also got a video, Gideon finally responds to Brett Cooper's assumptions, you know? And it feels like he could very easily be milking this for, like, a lot more conservative, like, backpats and support than he is. And he's instead, like, actively engaging in like hostility towards these people, which I guess is nice. So if he really like, obviously he's a bigot still, but I guess it's cool to see he's like, it doesn't seem like he's a grifter. I know it's like a crazy thing to say, like, oh yeah, he's a bigot, but at least he's not a grifter. But like, I'm so used to dealing with bigots in this space who are bigoted, but are over exaggerating and lying about their bigotry to please an even more bigoted audience. Or to even get a less bigoted audience to become more bigoted than them. And so it's like, I know it's a low bar, but an honest bigot is actually a bit of a breath of fresh air. Because you know what? Somebody who genuinely seems to have fallen into a bad place and isn't just chasing the money, they can be moved. They can actually have their minds changed. They can be moved. There's something deep down motivating him to become like some Christian evangelical, I need to explain the glory of Christ to all my fans type dude. And at least it's not just wanting money. He wouldn't have nuked his entire channel if it was to go after money. This is probably one of the worst financial decisions he could have ever made. He's not exactly doing well after this. So like, I am inclined to believe this is genuine. But the fact that it's genuine just, like, makes it sadder, too. Because it's clear that he's, like, fallen into some weird shit. Christians, did Jesus celebrate Christmas or Hanukkah? Yeah, like, he's just making, like, actual, like, dry religious content now. In some cases. Like, his most well-performing video recently is his video that's anti-gay. Actually, no. Gideon calls out Christian for Lil Nas X. Oh, yeah, that's also anti-gay, the anti-Lil Nas X stuff. So, like, yeah, basically just the anti-LGBT stuff is all it's doing views and doing numbers, but he's not even leaning into it. So, like, I think he might actually just be in a bad place politically. I wonder if it's possible to move him. I mean, I feel like he's kind of at a place currently where it'd be possible to get him on stream. It wouldn't be the first time I've had a larger content creator on stream that had some cringe political takes, talked to them genuinely, and was actually able to move them to a better spot politically. It's happened before. I've had cordial conversations with big YouTubers that ended up having positive outcomes. So I'll try. Maybe I'll DM him on Twitter and see if I can have him on for a friendly debate about his positions in LGBT people and how he uses religion to justify his bigotry. A friendly debate. At least at the start. I can't guarantee it'll stay friendly. I can't guarantee it would stay friendly. I can't. How much bigger is he? Not that much more so. He just hit 210k subs after nuking a 7 million sub channel. And this was like a month ago that he nuked his channel, maybe a bit more. So like, he's doing well by all means. Like, he's not doing terrible, but like, he definitely nuked like a massive portion of his success to do that. Like a massive portion. Regardless though, what'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it was a good impromptu segment. You haven't done a debate in a long time? I've done a couple. They just didn't end up being all that. Like, I haven't done a big debate in a while. I've brought on randos on stream. But yeah, I haven't had a big debate in a hot minute. Now that I'm finally, like, settled, I can finally get back to, like, scheduling stuff. Before, my life was so tumultuous, I couldn't schedule engagements without, like, really being stressed out about being able to make it. But now I can just, like, say, oh, you want to do, like, a conversation on this date at this time? Cool, cool. Let me mark it up. All right, I'll be there. Way easier now. So now we can do debates again. Yay! Well, everybody, I think that's all the segments for today. We've been live for about 4 hours now. I'm hungry. I'm a hungry boy. So with all that said, I appreciate you all coming out today. You've all been super amazing, super kind, super supportive. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for joining me, hanging out in chat, donating, subscribing, gifting subs, liking the stream, subbing, ring the bell icon, all that good stuff. I really appreciate it. Hell, just being here is enough. With all that said, I love you all being here. Thank you all so much. And as always, have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow. Doo-doo fart. Oh, I also have to find who to raid. I almost forgot. We got to raid. Who to raid. Ah! My friend Lana B is playing through Baldur's Gate. Go raid Lana B and say Zan raid and be kind. I'm going to host Lana B. You all be based. Thank you. I love you. Goodbye. Go to Lana B's stream.